FM 999, your celestial haven for all things across the galaxy. Hold on, stellar souls. Stay tuned for a detailed coverage of the galactic breed coming up shortly.
If one day we turn zebras or you see downright pumas, would you please come back, see me, pick one red rosa? Oh baby, love you so much, can't send your little heart loud. Turn on the radio, turn on the stereo, pay attention everyone. I am your moon and your sun, go up and down. Come on, let's get your broken heart found. Please turn around, won't let you down, never ever leave you alone. Life goes on, I really wanna dream on. There's no one could hold your love, always time beyond. Live from the ground into the dark, turn off the clouding sun.
Attention, stellar souls. The galactic breeze in full throttle. Breaking news. Rookie sensation Argenti holds third, with experienced racer Luca at second. Leading the pack is the stellar welt Asta. Keep tuned to Stardust FM 999 for your celestial journey. Here we go.
You all, you're the best comedic guy, acting your right. Turn on, just turn that on, your microphone. Love and think, just play and dance. No one could be your moon or your sun, but except me. Come on, your frozen heart, eyes will get gone. Please turn around, don't let me down, turn into nighttime sun. Hold on, baby, turn off your light, follow the groove in your mind. Oh, sweetie, we will meet until you say goodbye. No matter if you are a cat or something acting like that, turn on the radio, turn on the stereo. Please tell me, what have you found? A panda or your tears round? Don't worry, anything's going on. Finally, you decide to go in this romantic crazy show. Turn on the radio, turn on the stereo. Pay attention, everyone. I am your moon and your sun. Oh, up and down. Come on, let's get your broken heart found. Please turn around, won't let you down, never ever leave you alone. Life goes on, I really wanna dream on. There's no one could hold your love, always time beyond. Live from the ground into the dark, turn off the clouding sun.
You're listening to Stardust FM 999, your celestial haven for all things across the galaxy. Hold on, stellar souls. Stay tuned for a detailed coverage of the galactic breed coming up shortly.
If one day we turn zebras or you see downright pumas, would you please come back, see me, pick one red rosa? Oh baby, love you so much, can't send your little heart loud. Turn on the radio, turn on the stereo, pay attention everyone. I am your moon and your sun, go up and down. Come on, let's get your broken heart found. Please turn around, won't let you down, never ever leave you alone. Life goes on, I really wanna dream on. There's no one could hold your love, always time beyond. Live from the ground into the dark, turn off the clouding sun.
Attention, stellar souls. The galactic breeze in full throttle. Breaking news. Rookie sensation Argenti holds third, with experienced racer Luca at second. Leading the pack is the stellar welt Asta. Keep tuned to Stardust FM 999 for your celestial journey. Here we go.
You all, you're the best comedic guy, acting your right. you say goodbye. No matter if you are a cat or something acting like that, turn on the radio, turn on the stereo. Please tell me what have you found? A panda or your tears round? Don't worry, anything's going on. Finally you decide to go in this romantic crazy show. Turn on the radio, turn on the stereo. Pay attention everyone, I am your moon and your sun. Oh, up and down, come on, let's get your broken heart found. Please turn around, won't let you down, never ever leave you alone. Life goes on, I really wanna dream on. There's no one could hold your love, always time beyond. Leap from the ground into the dark, turn off the clowning sun.
You're listening to Stardust FM 9.
Hello everyone, welcome to my stream. Hello Edu, hello Abraham. Nope. Wait, something wrong. Hello, Zachary. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Joseph. Hello, nice to see you again. Wait, where can I? Oh, okay. Wait, why can't I not? Okay, I see it now. Okay. Hello, New Yorkers. For new timeline, the one that likely not even pedes the nose anymore since they're too busy with new. True though, true. You're not wrong. Okay, some of you guys you say is this video will get a spoiler across all the Fallout games, and I decide I don't care about that anymore because I don't intend to play Fallout 1 and 2. At least it will if the Fallout 1 and 2 have a remaster or remake, I will definitely play it. But if it's not, it is what it is. So to this point, spoiler is not the biggest issue with me. Okay, so I'm fine with spoilers. The only spoiler I care about right now is Fallout 3 because I intend to play the remaster of Fallout 3. So if this video has spoiler for Fallout 3, I will skip that part. Hello Vecna, welcome to the stream. The timeline that Emil insists on trying to change with his quirky sense of humor. Oh yeah, I heard that drama. Okay, we go right in. Before that, let's turn on our subtitles because I am deaf. I cannot understand English if there isn't subtitles, so okay, let's turn it on. Do we have? Oh, okay. Wonder how much of the log we're gonna reckoning in the remasters. Wait, so Bethesda is the one who make a remaster? Who in charge of the remaster? If that's okay, I think they are going to retconning a lot. I think that. Okay, let's go in. This is the 3 hours videos. We're gonna be here for a while.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And with the recent conclusion of Season 2 of the TV show, the world of Fallout's timeline has now advanced.
Guys, I really need to have to rewatch the Fallout TV shows. I cannot remember anything about it.
To its furthest point yet in the mid-2290s. Not only that, but both the show and some more recent releases, as well as developer statements, have done a lot to fill in and somewhat shake up some past events as well. Over the years, I've had quite a few suggestions that I make a video fully breaking down the history of the Fallout universe in all of its glory. Explaining not only the more than 2 centuries of post-apocalyptic history, but the events leading up to said apocalypse, as the pre-war world story began deviating from our own in some pretty major and interesting ways. And now,
Watch some of his video, you're gonna be doing a lot of micro skipping to the video. It's okay. I can do that. I can deal with that. I like Nate videos a lot, especially his Skyrim videos. I watch a bunch of them. I think I watch all of them. I like his voice a lot, and his voice very clear and loud. I like that. Very easy to hear, and he's going to very little detail about the games that I am very love about that. Okay, continue.
Now, I think the time is finally ripe. So that's what we're going to tackle today. We're going to do an extremely deep dive into the Fallout timeline, starting from its earliest divergences from our own in the aftermath of the Second World War, through all of the games and everything in between. The rise of the Master, the beginnings of the NCR, the Enclave's crazy plans, the fall of Shady Sands, all of that stuff. My hope is that years from now, what we do today can serve as a reference for people looking to get into the franchise, or even for more veteran fans who need a few dots to connect. You know, the way it's looking, it could be 10, 15 years before the next mainline Fallout game.
Oh.
Someone's gotta preserve what's been happening for posterity before it's all forgotten.
Goes in order of events lore-wise, not game by game. So he's gonna talk about the Fallout Prod game and then get to 43 to explain another thing. I hope I can skip it on time. Okay. Well, okay.
Now, admittedly, as you can probably judge by the length of this video, I got a little carried away. I don't know if a 20-minute analysis of pre-war political reforms or whether or not Watergate happened in this timeline is what anybody's asking for.
Oh my god.
But it's part of what you're getting. Part of the reason why these videos take so long. Also, all the artisanal maps I insist on making. Anyway, enough preamble, let's get into it. Kick back, set your Mr. Handy on Do Not Disturb mode, and relax as we dive into more than 300 years of Fallout lore. But first, a quick word from today's video sponsor.
Sponsors!
This video is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Recently,
Skip it!
Express
Skip the
also allows
sponsor!
starting it off of themselves for benefit to evade and Express scheduled program be with
Okay.
the Divergence, as it's become known. The Fallout
Divergent.
timeline is often described by developers and writers as paralleling that of our own world up until some moment or divergence split our timelines in a way that allowed the
Okay, we
aesthetics
already
and
know
culture
this.
of a 1950s atomic age to continue to linger far longer than they did in the real world. However, the exact point of divergence, the specific event or set of events that placed this universe on such a different course, has been deliberately kept obscure by Interplay and later Bethesda. A popular theory within the community is that it has something to do with electronic semiconductors being invented much
That's why
later
so
in
the
world,
Fallout
but
machine
that's never
in
been confirmed
the
by
machine
canon
in Fallout
sources.
is very
Thus,
big
the
because
next best place
it
to start
doesn't
our
have
journey
micro
is with the earliest
chip on it.
recorded deviations from our own history. Where are the first known events in the franchise that are not in sync with our own historical record?
Guys, is audio fine? Is audio okay? Is the video too loud or my voice is too small to you guys to hear? Tell me right away.
And as it happens, this is a pretty easy task that takes us to the space race. The earliest confirmed serious deviation from our record dates to the spring of 1961, where, in the Fallout universe, according to the Museum of Technology, the United States claimed to have launched the first man into orbit, an astronaut named Carl Bell, who subsequently disintegrated upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and whose remains can be found in Fallout 3's Museum of Tech. This
I remember Fallout 4 has a museum too. Isn't this Fallout 4? I thought this was Fallout 4 because if I don't remember wrong, there is a museum in Fallout 4. Order is good. Okay, thank you.
From our own universe, where the honor of first man in space undisputably went to the Soviet Union and cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin that same year. It's possible that Fallout's US...
Howdy. I forgot your name. The guy with the Korean name. Sorry. But I remember you but forgot your name. But howdy. We're reacting to Fallout game lore today.
Government is simply lying about its achievement. The plaque where we read about it claims that both the Soviets and Chinese challenged America's claims. But if true, the event may point to an even earlier divergence.
That's the Museum
if the
of
U.S. space program
succeeded
in putting someone into orbit by 1961, chances are the groundwork for that program was laid much, much earlier in the 1950s. One theory within the community postulates that Fallout's entire timeline deviation may be a product of divergences in American space and nuclear tech in the lead-up to the space race. 1969 represents the next major series of deviations we're aware of. Evidently, sometime during this year, the United States of America went through a series of profound political reforms. The 50 states, long the defining political units of the country, were reorganized into 13 new distinct administrative regions called commonwealths.
Yeah.
The number 13 seeming to have been picked in reference to the old 13 colonies. Exactly what this change entailed or how it influenced government is not currently well understood. Non-canon sources suggest that the Commonwealths represented a new layer of government, serving as an intermediate between the states and federal authorities, though their exact powers and duties are vague. The events of Fallout 4 and 76 suggest that state power was...
Recommend a series called The Storyteller Fallout. I will react to that in Saturday because a lot of you guys recommend it. A lot of you guys recommend the Storyteller series. I will look for it in Saturday. Our next Saturday lore watch along.
Almost entirely supplanted by that of the Commonwealths, with state legislative houses being abandoned well before the Great War. Whatever the exact details, this change was considered monumental enough to warrant the christening of a new American flag. The 50 rode equal stars on the old canton were replaced by a single...
So in Lonesome Road DLC, I got mistakes for the the Enclave flag, the Enclave symbol. I remember wrong. I thought this was the Enclave symbol, but actually the Enclave has the E in it, not the star. So I kinda misremembered. Yeah, I kinda embarrassed myself. Remember to try to get the blue cheesecake. What blue cheesecake? Okay.
Large star orbited by 13 smaller ones. a recognition of the 13 Commonwealths
Yeah,
united
13
around
Commonwealth.
one government. The reasons for these dramatic reforms remain as ambiguous as their content.
Cup got
However,
a big
in
E,
our
yes,
timeline,
yes.
the President of the United States in 1969 was a newly inaugurated Richard Nixon, who just won his
The
first election
Nixons.
and took office that January. And in the Fallout universe, we can encounter a few sparse references to an old Nixon administration, making it quite likely that he was the president who presided over these major changes. Though we can't be sure. In a 2023 interview with the website
Multiplayer
ScreenRant,
is a person
Jonathan
of the
Nolan, the
Uncut.
director of the Fallout TV series, stated that the games take place in a universe where, quote, America never had a Watergate, never had a Vietnam, never had a Woodstock,
for them.
never had a conversation with itself about its own sins and transgressions, and just blustered forward into another American century. Another 100 years of the swagger in America that then comes to a grisly end. But it gives us a chance to play with some of those ideas.
I wonder what happened to the East Asia of the Fallout universe. Is it the same kind of apocalypse like America, or it's nuclear war? So I don't think any place in the world has escaped it. I wonder what happened to the other side of the Earth.
Unquote. No Watergate may suggest that the Nixon administration of the Fallout universe was substantially more popular, prosperous, and influential than that of our own timeline. A lack of involvement in Vietnam is also an interesting suggestion. Previous Fallout games have actually alluded, albeit vaguely, to American involvement in Vietnam, but assuming that plot point has now been retconned, one has to wonder what the fate of the Southeast Asian country
Yeah,
was.
exactly. I wonder what happened to Vietnam if America didn't evolve in our history. Like they obliterate in the war if you were against America. Nixon, despite being a very conservative person, designed many liberal and progressive reforms in order to gain favor from the youth, just to create a self-overpopulation in the US.
Did it remain a French possession, transition into a democratic, capitalist state,
Interesting.
or somehow go communist anyway without firing a shot? Only Todd Howard may know. Along
And
with
Todd
these other
Howard.
major political
Don't
happenings,
talk.
1969 was the year of the moon landings in both of our timelines. Though in the Fallout universe, America's moon mission was called Valiant 11 rather than Apollo 11, and the astronauts also bore different names. Richard Nixon is the last president of our timeline confirmed to have served in the Fallout universe. Fallout 2 did feature a short holodisc that briefly referenced the Reagan administration of the 80s, but that disc was filled with fourth wall breaking jokes and meta references, leading to developers urging that we don't take
Wait,
its
I
content.
need... No, come back here. I want to read this. Classic News Network, transcript of broadcast June 24. Okay, negotiation between the US and other world powers has come to a dramatic end, with the president walking out of oil talks with the other world powers. After a much heated debate, the president stormed out of the meeting and declared that the last known supplies of petroleum will be used exclusively by the US, and the US will not sell or trade any oil to outside parties. Threats of UN sanctions would fall on deaf ears. Industry stretches to a half across the globe as oil reserves are depleted. Oh. The cries of the desperate, however, do not fall upon deaf ears as exports from the US increase 20-fold despite UN sanctions. What is UN? the US economy is seeing its greatest growth since the Reagan era. Galaxy News Network transcript a broadcast. History was made today as Canada, by popular demand of its citizens, agreed to be annexed by the US. The president is quoted as saying Canada is one of the world's greatest sources of hockey players and will be a welcome addition to the US in return. Sources say Canada will receive a full 18% of the world's remaining supplies of oil, controlled exclusively by the US, as well as a 50% reduction in taxes, since they now fall under US tax law. In sport today, the Little Rock Saints and the Anaheim Jets battled it out at Super Bowl. It was a real nail-biter, but G. Montana managed to save the day by running the ball all the way from the 5-yard line to score the winning touchdown during the final second. Okay.
Content seriously. The early 1990s in
United
timeline
Nations,
saw
Union
one of the
to
most
United
stunning
Nations.
geopolitical events in history unfold. The rather sudden breakup and dissolution of the Soviet Union. An event which reshaped our known world order, but which does not seem to have occurred in the Fallout timeline.
If I remember, in the Old Law and in Photo 3, apparently China exit all of Asia until Photo 4 and 76 retcon that. Because in Fallout New Vegas, you can find many Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese named NCR. Really? Really? Because I remember in New Vegas, they just call NCR or NBC, very general name. They don't have special name. They are not the name NBC. They just call NCR. Meaning in Fallout New Vegas, they still hold on the law of all of Asia being annexed by China. Supernatural.
It's unclear how, but Fallout Soviet Union appears to have pushed through the turmoil of the 90s and would survive another 86 years up until the day of the Great War. In Fallout 1, there are references to a Soviet consulate in Los Angeles and even Soviet diplomats who were admitted into American vaults when the bombs.
Natasha is the grandchild of a Russian diplomat who worked at the Soviet consulate in Los Angeles. Oh, so in the Fallout 1 and 2, we can choose pre-made characters. We can only choose a pre-made character, not cannot create our own characters. If you look at the memorial stone, you can see a few Asian names. Oh. I didn't read the memory stone, so I didn't know that. Interesting.
Perhaps implying that relations between the two pillars of the old Cold War ultimately improved somewhat. We can also see the remnants of a crashed Soviet satellite in the Fallout TV show. Perhaps in this universe, Perestroika and the reforms of Mikhail Gorbachev succeeded in somewhat liberalizing and holding the USSR together, conceivably also improving its standing with the West. Or maybe hardliners won out, halting Gorbachev's reforms and preventing constituent republics from leaving. However it survived, there are dramatic and very mysterious implications for European history as well. The status of Soviet dependencies in the Warsaw Pact, and especially East Germany, are curious. It's possible that Eastern Europe's destiny remained tied to Moscow for much, much longer than it did in our world. The next few decades and early 2000s
get to the 2000s.
leave a giant, one might say, global war on terror-sized gap in the Fallout timeline. The first of the games released way back in 1998, and the writers appear to have preferred not to play around much with imminent predictions of the actual future. History begins to pick up again in 2020. The summer of this year marked the birth of a certain Robert Edwin House in the city of Las Vegas.
Ain't no way House is Ain't no way House is 6-year-old right now. It's born in 2020.
Vegas. While barely a
Aw.
wee baby now, House would go on to eventually become the richest man of the pre-war period, and later, among the most powerful of the post-war world as well. This same year, the United States Space Administration, a spin on NASA, began developing the Delta IX rocket.
The old photo before the retcons make China seems like this superpower who anks all of Asia and even took Syria from Russia. They seem to have turned down China for some reason. Robert House was an iPad baby.
A nuclear-powered single-stage spacecraft which would begin to sustain regular manned missions to the moon. 2 years later, in 2022, Robert House's wealthy parents perish in a gyrocopter accident, and his older brother, Anthony, cheats the infant out of his inheritance,
He has
seizing
a,
total control
comedy.
of the family company H&H Tools. This would inspire the young Robert to grow up with a chip on
all we know that House for how he hates House. Damn. I still didn't manage to understand all of the story with House and his brother, but seems like his brother very hate House.
his shoulder and ignite the fires that would lead him towards very big things in the future. Around the same time, within the decade, global concerns over a possible future resource shortage began to truly emerge. Petroleum and uranium, which had been driving a diesel and atomic-fueled age of prosperity, were becoming harder and harder for developers to encounter in the natural world. While it would be quite a few years until civilization truly began to feel this pain, the seeds were being laid. The year 2031 represents the earliest known mention of Vault-Tec in the lore. According to a Fallout 76 loading screen, this is the year when the company purchased the Morgantown College in West Virginia.
Vault-Tec rebrand Morgantown local location as Vault-Tec University, and some of their top executives and scientists either taught or graduate from there. Good finding when it goes. Fallout 76.
Rebranding it Vault-Tec University and transforming the institution into a vocational school for the company's researchers and staff. It's unclear just how old or prominent the Vault-Tec Corporation was at this point in history. While clearly wealthy enough to purchase a college, we're still a very long ways away from serious fears of nuclear war and social collapse overtaking the public, and from the eventual lucrative government contracts such sentiment would lead the company to acquiring. We can perhaps assume that by 2031, the company was something of an up-and-coming organization, perhaps investigating the feasibility of limited, smaller-scale fallout shelters and bunkers, with much of their work being confined to the realms of research and theory rather than practice. Whatever their size, Vault-Tec's early investments in these fields guaranteed they would be in a prime position to capitalize on future developments.
Haven't played New Vegas in a while, but I see to recall Anthony House stole Robert's inheritance, and Robert just went on to become awesome on his own. And Anthony slowly grew paranoid over the years. Vault-Tec went through a roller coaster from being owned by the Enclave to be owned by corporate, to being akin to Illuminati. Wait, Vault-Tec used to be owned by Enclave? I didn't know that. I really didn't know that. Huh. Interesting.
It's also likely sometime in the 2030s, give or take a decade or two, that the European Commonwealth was formed. As far as we can tell, this was a supranational government uniting many of the old European nations under one banner and military, though the Commonwealth's exact boundaries and system of government remain elusive. The ambiguous fate of the Warsaw Pact leaves the status of Eastern Europe in relation to the Commonwealth also unknown. The semi-canon Fallout Tactics game features several weapons originating from the European Commonwealth, later exported to the United States military, and the young nation likely enjoyed some degree of prosperity and enthusiasm amongst its people in the early days, though the new nation's dependency on foreign energy imports ensured an ultimately grim fate. According to an old design document, written up back in 1997 for Fallout 1,
Vortex seem to betray everyone. They betray the Enclave, the corporation, and now betray themselves. Robots.
2037 was the year the Mr. Handy robot was brought to
Mr.
consumer
Handy!
markets by the General Atomics Company. Originally intended to perform tasks related to construction and building maintenance, over the years, new, increasingly advanced models would release, capable of assuming more and more duties, ultimately progressing to the point where, by the 2070s, Mr. Handy's more than just maintenance workers would be serving as butlers, gardeners, nannies, housemaids,
The best
and
nanny.
much more. Though, at this point in the timeline, such functionality was still a ways away. Although, the original document does state that from the beginning, Mr. Handys were already each sustained through miniaturized nuclear reactors and accompanying power units. The design document also tells us that in the year 2042, Mexico City suffered some sort of catastrophic earthquake, and Mr. Handys played a big role in the ensuing rescue and reconstruction efforts. A detail that has since been affirmed in an excerpt from the Fallout role-playing game rulebook. Also, the same year saw now 22-year-old Robert House, fresh out of college at the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, found his company, Robco. While in its infancy now, House's company would rapidly grow to dominate American tech and robotics sectors, becoming a leading producer of software and automatons by the end of the decade. 2044 marks one of the most historic achievements of the human race, the release of Nuka-Cola, a soda created by the enigmatic John Caleb Bradburton, which within a year would go on to conquer the American beverage industry, with Nuka-Cola's dominance only being challenged in small pockets of the market in Maine and Nevada, where local alternatives barely remained competitive with Bradburton's behemoth of an enterprise. As the decade matures, so too do emerging constraints in the global oil supply.
If only Mr. Handys were real, instead we got this demonic centaur robot that apparently rescued people during disasters. Wait, we have robots that rescue people? Really? What kind of robots? Demonic?
Avalon's Fallout Bible tells us that the 2050s saw American oil fields in Texas start running dry, and miniaturized nuclear reactors, already prevalent in Mr. Handy's, began phasing out diesel and combustion engines in the US auto market, as
Where there was a devastating earthquake in Mexico that wreaked havoc. Damn.
consumers recoiled at gas prices, and the government sought to creatively limit the demand for oil. While the industry's evolution provided some relief for consumers and the 13
Black Santa robot
Commonwealths, it
looks
came at the
similar.
cost of dramatically more lethal automobile accidents.
Oh,
Still weary of a growing resource shortage, in the early 2050s, the United States looked to its southern neighbor, Mexico, a longtime oil exporter hit hard by the shortages, but still with some juice in the tank. Mexico found itself the subject of another one of Uncle Sam's creative solutions. The United States began deliberately working to destabilize Mexican society with a series of economic sanctions and used the resulting turmoil to justify a military entry and occupation of the nation's oil fields and refineries. The exact course of this Second Mexican-American War, as it's sometimes been called, if it was a war at all, really, isn't known. Whether the United States completely occupied the nation, set up a puppet government, or just left it in chaos while seizing the oil nodes are details that have been lost to history. Our best source for this event, like so much in the early pre-war timeline, is Avalon's Fallout Bible, but the conflict does seem to have been confirmed by later content in the games. Billboards found throughout Fallout New Vegas suggest that Poseidon Energy, a major American oil and gas conglomerate, established a Mexican subsidiary called Petro Chico, un amigo de suggest that Poseidon Energy, a major American oil and gas conglomerate, established a Mexican subsidiary called...
Isn't this a place Raul came from? Petro Chico. This is where Raul came from. Bless his soul. Bless that goddamn old good soul.
Petro Chico, un amigo de Poseidon Energy, importing vast quantities of refined Mexican petroleum to the company's affiliate gas stations across the American Southwest. However the US did it, the European Commonwealth was inspired by America's lead, and when in 2052, its Arab oil exporters raised prices to unaffordable levels, the Europeans responded with a series of military actions, quickly escalating into a full-scale war upon various Middle Eastern powers. While planners in Paris and Berlin may have hoped for a quick success like the United States had south of its border, the ensuing conflict would last nearly a decade, with no real winners. The resource wars had begun. We can assume that inflated oil prices had serious consequences for the global economy in more ways than one. Various non-canon sources allude to a major financial crisis around this time, with many smaller nations being pushed into bankruptcy. One can presume that a wave of sovereign debt defaults had cascading ripple effects throughout global bond and equity markets. In the midst of these escalating conflicts and financial disasters, many looked to the United Nations, that great form of countries, for a solution and compromise. But, alas, the only thing its member states could agree on was to disband, and thus July of 2052 saw the last meeting of this once prominent global intergovernmental organization. As if the decade wasn't already off to a bad enough start, the 2050s also saw the return of plague to the collapsing world. The New Plague, as it was dubbed, was an extremely contagious, often lethal viral infection, spread through both air particles and bodily fluids, which waged havoc on the collapsing societies of the mid-21st century. Exactly how many lives it would ultimately claim are unknown. However, by 2053, the United States government was sufficiently panicked so as to close its borders and order a national quarantine, which conveniently also helped to discourage communist assemblies and provided further opportunity for Robco and General Atomics to fill gaps in the labor supply with their various innovations.
Wait, what?
To discourage communist assemblies and provided further opportunity for Robco and General Atomics to fill gaps in the labor supply with their various innovations. Sometime following the outbreak, the US government, desperate for relief, commissioned WestTech, a tech and biosciences firm, to search for a cure. The company was given as much funding as the institution could dream of, and an understanding that typical ethical limitations on its testing policy would be relaxed. However, despite all the backing and legal immunity they could hope for, WestTech's efforts were unsuccessful, though much of its research would find great utility in the future. As resource shortages, a breakdown in the international order, and now plague all threaten the globe at once, various players in American government, and later even business and academia, began collaborating in preparation for what they saw as an impending collapse of civilization itself. Seeking to shape government policy to ensure that they would come out on top and rule the ashes, this faction would come to be known as the Enclave. And
yes.
while likely small and insular in the 2050s, this organization was destined to become among the most powerful of both the pre- and post-war eras. The year 2054 was christened by a series of limited nuclear exchanges between the European Commonwealth and its Middle Eastern adversaries, as for the first time in recorded history, two nuclear powers went toe-to-toe, with unknown but almost certainly devastating results for all parties involved. In light of the escalating resource war in the Middle East, the United States government initiated what would come to be known as Project Safe House, a plan to build a network of nuclear-proof shelters across the United States that would be able to preserve the American way of life in the event of a global nuclear war. The government chose to partner with the old Vault-Tec Corporation, a company now with at least decades of research and institutional knowledge under its belt, to build no fewer than 122 vaults across the United States and its later occupied territories, each capable of housing roughly 100 citizens, or dwellers as they would be called, as well as a large complement of staff. Even in the most optimistic projections, it was well understood that this multi-trillion-dollar endeavor would only save, at best, an extremely slim minority of the American public. But the hope was that those saved would be able to go on and rebuild the country out of the fires of whatever was thrown at it, the seeds from which the Republic could once regrow. At least, that's what was said publicly. The real truth was far more insidious. Whether or not the vaults were ever intended to function as advertised isn't obvious, but by the time construction began, they were being built to serve a very different, clandestine purpose. The overwhelming majority of the vaults would function as laboratories,
which is stupid. We have no reason to do that, but we're doing it anyway. Still one of the best. I love Fallout. They built vault to experience on those of the few survivors of the apocalypse, and they experience on them. I love that. Oh my god, that's so stupid.
Each conducting a different, typically very deranged social experiment meant to begin when their doors were eventually sealed upon the war. One vault would measure the impact of prolonged, gradually increasing radiation exposure on an unsuspecting population. Another was destined to evaluate the impact of psychoactive drugs in the air supply. A vault just outside of Boston was set up to monitor the efficacy of cryogenic freezing on its dwellers. With the exception of just a few control vaults, facilities that ran no experiments and were actually built to function as advertised, providing a base control set to monitor other bunkers against, the vaults were all just one giant, twisted research experiment meant to begin the day the bombs fell. Now, you might be wondering, what's the point of conducting such a massive science experiment after the collapse of civilization? Why would the government and Vault-Tec spend trillions of dollars that are really needed elsewhere, all to start collecting a bunch of data when the rest of the world has been reduced to a wasteland?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that later. For now, let's get back to the timeline. As one nightmarish decade gave way to another, the 2060s saw the Euro-Middle Eastern War finally come to a conclusion, as the last remaining oil fields in Arabia and the Levant ran dry, rendering the entire conflict moot. Defeated, bankrupt, and unable to keep the lights on, the European Commonwealth dissolved following its failed...
Oh, because we don't have any oil left, so we don't see any car in the Fallout universe. Really, even in the TV shows. In New Vegas, I see the bunch of motorbike that rusted and we cannot ride it. I think that's, I see now that's why we couldn't have drive any car, because we don't have any oil left. Now I recognize that. Huh. We don't see any car, even in Fallout 4, New Vegas, and TV shows. I haven't played Fallout 3, so I don't know. So that's the reason why those cars got rusted. No one can use that because we have no oil left.
Venture, and the successor states quickly began warring amongst themselves. The European Civil War had begun, and it may have never truly ended. Meanwhile, with the Middle Eastern oil fields having tapped out, Alaska became the world's last remaining major producer of oil, with her fields being the only ones left capable of making a dent in demand, and the United States sought to consolidate this advantage. The state's capital, Anchorage, was fortified to safeguard against enemy invasion, and the military began pressuring Canada to allow for the permanent deployment of US troops on her soil to guard the Trans-Alaskan pipeline. Canada would, at least initially, resist to these demands. To further solidify her monopoly, sometime in the early to mid-2060s, according to the Fallout 3 official game guide, American forces committed a gross act of sabotage against a deep-sea oil deposit claimed by the Chinese before their government could begin development, enraging Beijing and driving their leader, a certain Chairman Cheng, to begin drafting plans for military retaliation. By 2065, Robert House, now the richest man in the world, had come to the conclusion.
You can get a functional car in Photo 2? Really? Oh, welcome to the stream, Joshua. Josh! Welcome. Can you ride it? Can you ride car in Photo 2? We haven't seen any car in New Vegas or Photo 4. Even in the TV shows.
Conclusion that a global nuclear war was inevitable. He had access to elite government circles and ownership of the most accurate predictive models mankind had ever developed. It had become obvious to him that there was no stopping what was coming. So, House began preparing to survive it. In 2066, following a series of failed trade and peace talks, desperate for fossil fuels and insulted by its rival at every opportunity, Chairman Cheng ordered the Chinese invasion of Alaska, bent on claiming the state's oil fields for the People's Republic. This Chinese invading army was led by a certain General Jingwei, said to be a ruthless taskmaster with a strange sense of honor. America responded by dispatching General Constantine Chase to secure what he could of the state, and initiated a process of total militarization. The Sino-American War had begun. According to Fallout 1's intro and the Fallout Bible, shortly after the outbreak of hostilities in Alaska, the United States increased its pressure upon its northern neighbor to allow the movement of troops and material through their soil. This time, it seems Canada was forced to relent and grant the US military nearly unlimited access. While Canada remained a mostly sovereign nation at the moment, the groundwork for its future annexation had been laid. Now, an interesting point worth making here is that we're not exactly sure about how the conflict for the Alaska front evolved. Our sources suggest that the Chinese are eventually going to be driven back after a more than 10-year-long campaign, but in the meantime, it's unclear how successful their initial invasion was. Did they occupy the whole state? Were their forces largely contained to the east? What was going on? The Fallout 3 official game guide section on the Operation Anchorage DLC, which is our most recent and in-depth source on the matter, suggests that after the war's onset, the Chinese eventually managed to take control of the Alaskan oil pipeline, as well as the city of Anchorage itself, the state's capital, capitalizing on the state's capital port. We don't know whether China made these gains immediately in their surprise invasion, or if they took years to accumulate, but they definitely appear to have occurred. As various terminal entries reveal, 2067 saw the Americans begin to find their footing in Alaska, with the first deployment of a new military technology to the front: power armor. Nuclear fusion-powered infantry combat suits capable of turning a man into a walking tank. The earliest power armor suits, the T-45s as the first variants were known, are said to have been.
I like the design of the power armor in Photo 4 more than New Vegas. In the New Vegas, it just looks like a suit, but in the Photo 4, they look very tanky, very heavy, Looks super cool.
Greatly flawed, but succeeded in stunning and pushing back the Chinese. And as the years would go by, the United States would make a series of radical improvements to the tech, while the Reds would scramble to copy it. The next few years leave us surprisingly destitute of insight on the evolution of the conflict. However, we can infer that around this time, the Enclave was really consolidating its power. We don't know exactly when the organization that would become the Enclave was originally formed. Some sources imply its background goes all the way back to the 2030s, when a handful of politicians and military leaders recognized the world's growing volatility and formed a cabal in an effort to leverage it. Whatever its origins, by the time of the Sino-American War, we can conclude that the Enclave had greatly expanded its influence across the government. At this point, with the world's two great powers now in the throes of a hot war, the shadowy organization was under no illusions about the likelihood of a nuclear escalation, and they had been preparing to survive it. The Cabal invested heavily in their own network of bunkers and facilities capable of preserving their members, and ensuring that when the 0 hour inevitably came, there would still be an American government to direct the country, led by their members, of course. Indeed, a few terminals in Fallout 76 indicate that many Enclave members were planning to even continue the war with China in the aftermath of a nuclear exchange. The next year of significance we can conclusively point to on our calendar is 2070, when Fallout 76 revealed that the
I hope the Fallout New Vegas remaster will keep the Fallout 4 design, because that design looks fire as shit. We jump to 2017.
United States Space Administration launched the Deep Sleep Project, a program designed to test the efficacy of deep space hibernation pods on astronauts, presumably a prelude to long-term space missions. We know that in this year, at least one spacecraft was sent into orbit with several astronauts on board in hibernation as a test. The USSA hoped to continue the experiment until 2080, at which point the astronauts would return and relevant biological data would be analyzed. June of 2072 saw the beginning of America's formal annexation of Canada, according to an issue of the Fallout 3 Capital Post newspaper. The Canadian public was enraged at this development, and a series of protests and riots sprang across the once sovereign nation. American occupying forces responded with unmitigated violence that would make the Boston Massacre look peaceful. In 2073, the Pan-Immunity Viron Project was initiated. Evidently concerned by the growing use of bioweapons
a lot of
in the
shit's
Alaskan
happened.
War, the U.S. government contracted Westech. That company, initially commissioned to search for a cure to the new plague, to develop a general immunity agent against Chinese biochemical weapons. Leaning into their already robust genetic research on the new plague,
is this where the origin of
a sort of
mutant?
benign virus that could alter the DNA of an infected human and render it much more resilient to typical infections. This will become very important later. Chris Avalon's Fallout Bible tells us that in 2074, despite still fighting a defensive war for the North, the United States began an invasion of mainland China, though the document is frustratingly shy on the details. Whether this specific date remains canon post-Bethesda acquisition and Amazon adaptation is also suspect. Now, we don't know exactly when this next bulletin on the timeline occurs, but sometime after the Sino-American War began, but before 2077, I'm just guessing somewhere around 2074, give or take a year or two, a team of scientists led by a Dr. Kate Williams made a series of breakthroughs in energy science, culminating in the somewhat unexpected creation of a miniaturized cold fusion reactor. Cold fusion in science fiction typically refers to a process in which nearly unlimited energy can be produced from a nuclear fusion reaction at normal room or even cold temperatures, as opposed to hot fusion, which requires an enormous expenditure of energy to heat and is currently not viable at scale. Most nuclear energy today is produced with a fission reaction. Anyway, cold fusion is an idea that has been played around with in the real world, though so far it's never actually been produced. We've never produced a cold fusion reaction, and the energy it would create would still have to obey the laws of physics and be far from limitless. Regardless, the science fiction community tends to treat cold fusion as a sort of MacGuffin for unlimited free energy, and the Fallout show is doing just that. No matter, sometime amidst the Sino-American War, Dr. Kate Williams' team is able to produce a miniaturized cold fusion reactor. The scientists are elated. Not only can this discovery alleviate the global resource shortage, but it could negate the reasons for the ongoing war altogether. Alas, the Vault-Tec Corporation had found current tensions to be too profitable to allow to be cooled, and thus the company moved to rapidly buy out Kate Williams' lab and research from her funders and acquired all related data, ensuring that cold fusion technology could not be released to benefit the public nor end the war, and instead, they converted it into a proprietary asset. The move seems to have had radicalizing effects on Dr. Williams, who would soon find herself to be a member of various anti-government and anti-capitalist organizations.
I wonder if I already forgot her name. I wonder if she used the vote to hibernate or something, because we see in TV shows after 200 years she still look young and she not a ghoul. So I wonder if she ever used the vote.
In 2075, West Tech's search for...
Or maybe she could create some kind of hibernation for herself, because I don't know, she the one who create the cold fusions.
An anecdote to Chinese bioweapons led to another unexpected breakthrough elsewhere.
Yay,
While the
another
objective of a
project,
universal
FPV
immunity
project.
agent to all enemy chemical weapons remained elusive, the Pan-Immunity Viron Project did produce a viral agent that could render single-celled organisms immune to radiation. When testing was expanded, first to flatworms and later small mammals, the PIV agent led not only to radioactive resilience, but a dramatic increase of size and aggression. The latter stimulated by changes in brain chemistry, and wild swings in intelligence were also identified in both directions. Officials in the US military saw potential for such an instrument to facilitate greater combat effectiveness among American infantrymen, i.e., super soldiers. And therefore, the decision was made for West Tech to relax their search for a general antidote to bioweapons and instead focus on cultivating this new biological agent they had developed. The Pan-Immunity Viron Project was retired, and the new viral instrument was named the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV, and this project would go on to be among the most significant in the universe's history. Also, in 2075, as we learn in Fallout 4's old ArcJet systems building, by this year the United States Space Administration was beginning preparations for a mission to Mars, commissioning the ArcJet company to produce a deep space transmitter capable of relaying messages from Earth to Mars in as close to real time as possible. This same company was also hired to build the booster engine for the eventual rocket that would be used. Internal company documents suggest that the mission was planned for no later than 2078, though it's hinted that the project was running very much behind schedule. Finally, as the year drew to a close, the American Defense Intelligence Agency began receiving reports of a potential fleet of Chinese stealth submarines invisible to radar and, perhaps the naked eye, slowly staking out positions across America's western and, even later, eastern seaboards. When the Great War...
Could you repeat for the general what you just told me? Possess Chinese stealth technology for outstrips our own capabilities. Possess the Chinese intelligence apparatus is sufficient to conceal large-scale research operations from American operatives. Conclusions: the Chinese have a 91% chance of having conducted large-scale experimentation with stealth tech. Large scale, what do you mean? What are their capabilities? American projects involving this technology, referred to Zomboid, have merely reserve engineers capture Palworld suits. The underlying science of this technology is unknown.
Or would eventually break out. These Chinese stealth subs would be responsible for delivering many of the nuclear payloads that would land upon the American homeland. The years 2076 and 2077 would be among the most decisive in the franchise's history, and our timeline becomes very dense during this period. January of 76 saw the United States government effectively nationalize the West Tech Corporation, deploying troops to secure the company's properties and labs and placing
That's
them
where
all under
the
the direct
super
supervision of
mutants-
American military officers. Research on FEV, which by now had progressed into experimentation on larger mammals like dogs, raccoons, and soon even chimps, was deemed to be the company's top priority. A terminal entry left behind by a certain General Brock that we can read in Fort Strong in Fallout 4 reveals that by June of this year, an American invasion of the Chinese mainland had definitely begun, with the first shipments of T-51, a now upgraded variant of power armor compared to its T-45 predecessors, arriving on the front. Brock's terminal does
Alpha Team just shipped out the first batch of T-51B suits to the front of China. Reports are already coming in that the suits are performing better than expected, chewing through enemy tanks and armor like they were paper. Word has it that some of the enemy troops are even surrendering when they catch sight of the power armor troops holding their 5mm miniguns. Looks like Alpha Team has earned themselves a weekend pass in Boston.
Doesn't confirm the location of exactly where this invasion was occurring, but sparse references across the game suggest that over the next year and a half, US forces were engaged in heavy fighting over control of the cities of Shanghai and Nanjing along China's Yangtze River. Furthermore, another Fallout 4 newspaper alludes to a US Army presence in the city of Shantou on China's southern coast. And there are even a few faint hints of military action going on in the Gobi Desert, deep in China's northern interior. The precise timeline of the American invasion of China is extremely mysterious. While we have a variety of locations fighting was said to be occurring in, dates for these campaigns and battles are not recorded. Though now we can be confident that by June of 2076, an invasion of China was underway, and it would continue until the day the bombs fell. October marks a bright spot on an otherwise chaotic year as Nuka-Cola Quantum is released and quickly captivates the American market for a premium price. Back to the Fallout TV show, likely around the end of 2076 or early 2077. Cooper Howard, a war hero turned movie star who just so happens to have married a Vault-Tec executive, becomes acquainted with Kate Williams, the disillusioned creator of the cold fusion conductor now in the possession of Vault-Tec. Kate will go on to spend several months challenging Howard's patriotic notions about America and Vault-Tec as he becomes increasingly aware that neither entity is interested in ending the war. Cooper reluctantly agrees to Miss Williams' insistence that he use his fame and family ties to spy on Vault-Tec and move amongst the elite. Howard, eventually, through snooping on his wife, discovers Vault-Tec's role in preventing the war from de-escalating. He even overhears his wife Barbara admit that the company is willing to drop the bombs themselves if necessary. Though his wife would later reveal that she was coerced into saying that in Season 2.
We still don't know who
January
dropped the bombs.
2077, the American
Who directly
liberation of Anchorage,
responsible for
Alaska,
dropping the
seems to have
bombs?
been completed, with Chinese forces being driven from the city and apparently much of the state at large. There is some evidence that the Chinese commander, General Jingwei, was killed or captured in the fighting, and the American press celebrated what must have felt like the nation's greatest victory since Iwo Jima. Several sources allude to peace talks opening up around this time as well. However, the Sino-American War very much carried on, with US troops continuing their invasion of the Chinese mainland and an ongoing struggle between the two powers for control of the Pacific. Furthermore, the Chinese appear to have downplayed their defeat at Anchorage considerably. In Fallout 4, a ghoulified Chinese submarine commander refers
Do I meet this guy? I don't remember I ever met this guy. Is he in the DLC? I think I never met this guy. And he's Chinese too. I think I have never met him.
To the supposed great American victory as a joke.
Of course.
Though it's unclear what he meant. Perhaps our understanding of this battle is greatly clouded by American propaganda. This same month, the United States government, which now effectively...
I think who dropped the bombs will always to be a deliberate unknown. Maybe.
ran the West Tech company, decided to relocate much of the nation's FEV research to a new facility in Northern California, just south of Yosemite National Park, the Mariposa Military Base. With a string of successful chimpanzee tests now firmly under their belt, the scientists and military advisors are finally ready to begin live human experimentation. And the newly built Mariposa Military Base is just the kind of heavily fortified, sufficiently remote installation suited for this kind of dirty work. The soldiers guarding the base, led by Colonel Robert Spindell and Captain Roger Maxson, are kept oblivious about the true nature of the work being done on the sublevels. The troops are led to believe that all that's happening is animal research to counter Chinese bioweapons. At the same time, on the other side of the country, near Huntersville, West Virginia, an Appalachian West Tech facility had a much less...
Is it in in Boston Water? No DLC? Upon Quest 2? Oh my god. I had nearly 400 hours in Photo 4 and now it's still missing thing. That's not even the DLCs.
Methodical plan for testing the FEV strains they were working on. Indeed, their lab simply released incrementally increasing amounts of the forced evolutionary virus into the Huntersville town water supply.
Yikes.
Exact dates are somewhat sketchy, but a series of terminal entries and holotapes reveals that throughout the year 2077, Huntersville residents began to mutate. Their muscle mass continuously increased while their skin turned green, and the citizens became substantially more violent.
There's a sub in Boston Harbor. There's a kid pointing at a sea monster and it's the sub periscope.
The area was placed under a military quarantine as soldiers from the 12th Mountain Division erected barricades around the perimeter and began clashing with the mutant inhabitants who sought to break out. Indeed, the Huntersville incident seems to represent the earliest known series of super mutant clashes in the Fallout IP. As far as we can tell, though, the government succeeded in keeping everything out of the public eye until the bombs came. Now, also in early 2077, presumably before March, for reasons we'll get into momentarily, Vault-Tec dispatched representatives to attend a major defense contractors summit in the city of Las Vegas. Among a variety of meetings, company agents were also poised to sit down with Robert House and discuss the potential sale of their cold fusion reactor, of which only one still exists apparently, to the business tycoon, who himself has been clandestinely planning to survive the coming war. But before the meeting could transpire, Cooper and his company executive wife, Barbara Howard, who by this point was having second thoughts herself, intervened, incapacitating Hank McLean, the Vault-Tec rep in possession of the cold fusion diode, and stealing it for themselves. The Howards were confident that cold fusion tech ought to be kept away.
Near the Minuteman Castle location can be easy to miss. Vault-Tec almost... God damn it, Walker! You almost make me say that again. God damn it.
Away from the company and turned over to
Get out of here.
And coincidentally, one of the attendees of this defense contractor summit was the actual president of the United States.
Never trust any president, guy.
California Congresswoman, Coop is able
Never
to
trust
arrange
the government.
a very brief meeting with
They
the
are
commander-in-chief
evil.
in the back of his car on the Strip. where he simply passes the cold fusion diode to the chief executive, and the president responds by saying, "You've done the right thing, son." With Howard totally unaware that by this point in history, the leader of the free world has already very much given up on the country and is deeply embedded within, seemingly, the leader of the Enclave.
Yes.
Within minutes of exiting the presidential motorcade, Howard is quickly arrested and realizes that his leader betrayed him. Between the months of March and April of 2077, presumably just after the cold fusion handoff, though we're not exactly sure, the president disappears from public life. An investigative report from the Boston Bugle we can read in Fallout 4 later reveals that he and much of his cabinet had fled the White House and
Damn fucking coward.
established a new command center on a Poseidon Energy oil rig about 130 miles off the coast of San Francisco.
The president has been leading our country from a Poseidon Energy oil rig just off the coast of San Francisco. Oh, it's certainly an odd choice for a presidential command center, or is it? Not as much as it may seem. As our investigation discovered, thanks to the testimony of a highly placed anonymous source, the Boston Burger has learned that the official destination of the oil rig is actually Control Station Enclave, giving credence to the long-running rumors of a secret militarized shadow government known as the Enclave that would take control of the United States in the event of a nuclear conflagration. Oh.
This command post is dubbed by reporters Control Station Enclave, and the Boston Bugle notes that the commander-in-chief's retreat there gives credence to long-standing rumors of a shadow government running the show behind the scenes, implying that by the time of the Great War, the American public was catching on to the workings of the Enclave, and it likely constituted something of a popular conspiracy theory among the general public. By June of 2077, Robert House acquires the Rocket Engineering and Propulsion Company of Nevada, or REPCON, an aerospace research and manufacturing firm. House, already anticipating the Great War and planning to survive it, was looking further ahead than virtually any other player in the pre-war world, with the possible exception of the Enclave. But more on both their strategies later. With Alaska liberated and US forces now thoroughly on the offensive, besieging the Chinese mainland, you would think 2077 would have been a year of joy and celebration for the American
Yeah, they
public.
shoot themselves on the
Perhaps
foot.
now able to breathe a little bit easier with their country firmly reunited once again. But by midsummer of this year, various news reports suggest quite a different mood in the public. Indeed, the nation was being rocked by a series of food riots, complementing an existing, and even longer-lasting, energy shortage. The Fallout Bible tells us that American troops were regularly called up to suppress increasingly violent public reactions to rationing and government-mandated blackouts. Even as the fight was taken to China, the war was clearly pushing the American public to the breaking point, who were no doubt further provoked by the fact that their president had literally abandoned them. By
Yeah.
September of this year,
That's
the country
fucked up.
was officially in something of a mild civil war, as a coalition of landowners and doomsday preppers across Appalachia, calling themselves the Free Staters, specifically concentrated in West Virginia, declared their independence from the federal government. However, with the army already stretched paper thin, and with most of the rebels preferring to hide out in their fortified backyard bunkers anyway, military leaders chose to avoid direct confrontation with the rebellion, hoping they'd be able to merely contain it and bide their time for now until the war's end. The Free Staters would not be the only faction to seek their independence in the lead-up to the Great War, though. On October 10th, 2077, the Army Group assigned to garrison the Mariposa military base, that premier West Tech research facility in Northern California, made a horrifying discovery. While they were originally led to believe that the scientists here were testing antidotes to enemy chemical weapons on animal subjects, somehow they learned the truth. that the researchers here were actually experimenting with the forced evolutionary virus upon live, unwilling human captives. The soldiers discovered groveling, wartime prisoners being forcibly transformed into horrifying mutants on behalf of the federal government. Their response was revulsion, followed by mutiny. This is the genesis of what will become the Brotherhood of Steel. Colonel Robert Spindell, the commanding officer, is said to have suffered something of a nervous breakdown and been
All hell broke loose when we finally discovered what those scientists bastards were up to. The colonel has locked himself in his office and seemed to be having some sort of breakdown. The men are screaming for blood. They are looking for me for answers, and I'm not sure what to do. Someone has to do something though, before this place sinks into an anarchistic bloodbath. Robert Mason Diary, Photo 1.
Rendered incapacitated, but his second-in-command, Captain Roger Maxson, quickly ordered the scientists to be detained and later executed. His men, by all accounts, enthusiastically obeyed. By October 20th, Maxson would broadcast his unit's formal desertion from federal command, calling upon any commander with a conscience to do the same. Maxson anticipates a full-blown civil war and fortifies the Mariposa base, inviting the families of his men inside and expecting an imminent showdown with the government. Alas, that showdown would never come. Federal authorities, evidently by this point so convinced of the coming nuclear apocalypse's imminence, barely seem to have registered the mutiny, and no effort to respond would be made. 2 days later, on October 23rd, 2077, all hell would break loose, and the Great War would finally begin. The exact nature of this exchange, who started it, and precisely why are unknown. However, a series of terminals we can read in an old Department of Defense building in Fallout 4 suggest that the American military at least believed that they were attacked first by China. At 12:03 a.m., the commander of the American Pacific Fleet reported 3 unidentified submerged objects suspiciously close to the coast of California, likely Chinese stealth submarines. At 3:37 a.m., a large squadron of enemy warplanes were detected off the coast of the Bering Strait, headed southeast. At 9:17 a.m., American nuclear detection systems reported at least 3 incoming ICBMs. 4 minutes later, NORAD reports several more passing over northern airspace. Air raid sirens go off nationwide, and citizens registered to Volts are told to report to their assigned bunker as soon as possible. Surprisingly, despite the rather short notice, most, or at least a great many dwellers, make it in time. Bit of a side note, but the Fallout TV show sort of addresses the rather shocking fact that most vaults were able to close with all their dwellers intact. In a pre-war flashback sequence to a Vault-Tec advertisement, it's mentioned that even before the bombs began to fall, many bunkers were already populated in these 5-year trial runs that were being done. Anyway, by 9:26 a.m., the order is given for United States nuclear batteries to respond, and America begins unleashing its own volleys across the Pacific. As all of this is happening, non-aligned nations use the opportunity to settle their own atomic scores. Indeed, the games contained vague hints that the situation in Europe was even worse than that in the States. Within an hour, the old world is consumed by nuclear fire, and something new will begin to rise out of the ashes. Alright, now before we move any further along with this video, I think it's necessary for something of a fourth wall break to address several contentious lore points surrounding the Great War, the Enclave's own endgame, and the nature of the Volts, as touching on these subjects will make many of the more interesting and strange points later on in our timeline much more easy to understand. First things first. Who shot first?
Exactly.
All of the evidence we have suggests that the US government at least thought itself to be on the receiving end of a Chinese first strike, and merely responded. Indeed, later Fallout games reveal that even centuries after the Great War, Enclave members insist that the US did not pull the trigger first. Furthermore, in a 2023 interview with a YouTuber TKS Mantis, Tim Kaine, the original creator of the Fallout franchise, he was the first person to begin working on the game and its source code in the late 90s back at Interplay, before the company eventually recognized its potential and began assigning more resources to the title. Anyway, according to Tim Kaine, the full responsibility for firing the first shot was on China, who did so in response to concerns about American FEV research. Take a listen.
And also, we don't come across as good as the reason we got nuked is bio weapons were illegal, and somehow China found out we were doing FEV, and they're like, "You have to stop it," and we went, "Okay."
Wait, wasn't China use the biomechanical first, bioweapon first? So to counter that biochemical of China's, the US create the FEV to counter that. Pick game death. I mean, it's war.
And all we did is move it. All we did is move it over
Earth-shattering,
to the
what you just said.
Really? Is that stuff people don't know?
Well, people actually debate over who shot first. Like a
they do?
solo.
Well, that's
then I don't know.
confirmed.
Who knows? It was
No,
probably some rogue
well,
nation.
that movie they were making.
More and more, I keep thinking that Australia, South America, and Africa would be better off post the bomb drop.
Now, of course,
Why?
the Fallout franchise was sold from Interplay to Bethesda in the mid-2000s, and it's quite possible that the IP's new handlers have a different vision for the origins of the Great War. The new Fallout TV show has especially played around with this idea, with the Season 1 finale heavily suggesting that Vault-Tec may have deliberately helped instigate the conflict. But as of now, even that remains ambiguous. Suffice it to say, without any definitive confirmation to the contrary, I do tend to favor Tim Kaine's recollection of events. But be on the lookout for retcons. Furthermore, while our fourth wall remains in rubble, let's talk a little bit about the vaults. On October 23rd, 2077, as the bombs begin to rain down on America, the bunkers are sealed, and as we discussed earlier, their experiments begin. But why? Why would the old government and Vault-Tec invest so much manpower and money just to conduct a bunch of social experiments which can't even begin and whose data can't be harvested until after civilization
That
is destroyed?
seems pointless.
It seems like they just made a multi-trillion-dollar investment in data collection all for nothing. Well, once again, series creator Tim Kaine has an explanation. Starships. In a video posted to his YouTube channel, titled The True Purpose of the Vaults, Kaine revealed that in his original vision, the Enclave had been planning to abandon Earth long before the bombs fell. With nuclear war on the horizon and the planet gripped by a seemingly inescapable resource shortage, senior officials made the decision that the faction ought to relocate.
North Korea is canon, right? You damn right. I took over the casino. That shit is canon.
To the stars. However, the Enclave was also aware that the United States was centuries away from spaceflight technology, and the bombs were certain to arrive well before then. Thus, plans were made not only to survive the Great War, but to continue to advance aerospace research even after civilization collapsed. The vaults were central to this. The social experiments...
Just a hunch, but those would be the continents that aren't directly target for attack, as far as we know.
...being conducted within them. Whether on cryogenic freezing or radiation exposure or weird conflict resolution systems, were all designed to emulate potential conditions that would exist on starships, and the data on this research was meant to be used in their eventual construction. Take a listen.
The head of the Enclave and probably the very highest levels of the US government were like, let's build a starship and take it. There's no good planets to go to in our solar system. We'll take it to nearby stars. But that will take forever. So it has to be a multi-generational starship. And the only technology we know how to build is atomic power. So we can make an atomic power plant for a starship that would last hundreds of years, but nothing else we know how to do. We don't know how to feed the crew. We don't know how to put the passengers in suspended, cryo storage. And also it would have to be for hundreds of years. Is that safe? Would that work? So of course, Vault-Tec director, not being the nicest person in the world, would probably have just said, why don't we use the vaults to figure out the technology we need in the ship?
Now, once again, just
interesting.
because these were the ideas of the original creators of the franchise doesn't necessarily mean that they remain canon today. The astronomical implications of vaults are not confirmed in any of the games themselves, and it's possible that
Go back to
Bethesda
Rules
has very
Commonwealth.
different ideas
I
since
already
their
conquered
acquisition of the IP.
twice.
Furthermore, once again, it's possible the show decides to lean in a different direction as well. Throughout the Fallout show's
Different
pre-war
directions?
flashbacks, we get several opportunities to observe upper-level discussions held by the Vault-Tec company, and nowhere does space research come up. In fact, the season finale
Yeah,
to
that's
Season 1
on it.
suggests that private investors were able to set up their own social experiments. Now, personally, I do actually think Bethesda and Amazon will ultimately stick with the space narrative. Fallout 4 contains all these little hints and references to something going on the moon surface.
Maybe,
Fallout 4
few
also revealed that
seasons
detail
later.
of a planned Mars mission that was
Maybe
meant
it
to
will
launch
happen
in
in season
2078, just a year before the bombs fell. I do think the show will eventually come around to emphasize this idea in good time. But that's just my theory. It's not canon.
I studied that probably
so
would
with
have
all
been a
that
target.
preamble out of the way, let's return to our
Due to connection
timeline.
with US
All
and share
sources suggest
military.
that the day the bombs fell, the President of the United States and many senior Enclave officials were safe and sound on the Poseidon Energy oil rig about 130 miles off the coast of San Francisco. But this control station enclave was just one of several enclave safe havens spread across the United States. We have intimate knowledge of at least one other. Beneath the White Springs Hotel and Resort in West Virginia, a different massive compound was built for high-ranking members to wait out the worst of
this
the
is photo
apocalypse. This
76.
White Springs bunker was meant to house several senior cabinet officials, including the Treasury Secretary and the nation's Secretary of Agriculture,
Oh, no,
as
this
well
is
as
from
many
photo 4.
congressmen. But almost as soon as its door was sealed, all non-clave-aligned elected officials were executed.
Why?
A unique situation developed at the White Springs, as the Enclave personnel here almost immediately lost contact with the rest of the faction, including, but not at all limited, to the president at the Poseidon rig. A brief power struggle ensued, and in the end, Agriculture Secretary Thomas Eckhart was proclaimed acting commander-in-chief of this small Appalachian enclave. He would soon formally begin calling himself the President. Thus, in the aftermath of the Great War, at least for a time, the United States had two men claiming to be the rightful head of state. Meanwhile,
Hello,
back
Gloria
at the Mariposa
6, welcome
military
to the
base in
stream.
California, Captain Roger Maxson and his unit of rebels survived the nuclear volleys. Evidently, the base and surrounding area were spared of a strike. However, they're quickly overwhelmed by radioactive rains.
Wonder
and
why
an
the
emerging
subtitle
nuclear
keeps getting
winter.
delayed.
Furthermore, growing bands of violent raiders relishing in the chaos are beginning to encroach on their position. Maxson and his officers are aware of a large military bunker codenamed Lost Hills, about 300 miles to the southeast. Either deserted or very lightly defended by US remnants that could offer their unit safety from the rads and a significantly more defensible position. The troops vote to abandon the Mariposa military base and make the long journey by foot to this Lost Hills bunker. The massive caravan that sets out includes not only the soldiers and their equipment, but the families of the men. As they proceed in their journey, they're harassed by constant marauder attacks. The poorly prepared civilians suffer enormous casualties, Roger Maxson's wife among them. The expedition arrives at Lost Hills by the end of 2077. Around this time, using a barely functioning satellite network connected to the bunker, Maxson attempts to contact any still operational military units on the continent. He has success in reaching the 75th Army Rangers, currently stationed in West Virginia and led by a Lieutenant Elizabeth Taggarty. While Taggarty is apprehensive to
Even if certain nations weren't targeted by bombs, they would still probably perish due to radiation wind blowing everywhere and lack of trade, pretty much putting those nations into a state of chaos.
communicate with a self-declared traitor to the government, his stories about deranged FEV experimentation quickly dissolve whatever old loyalties the 75th felt, and a tentative agreement of cooperation is reached. The lore also suggests that Maxon was able to convince several more local, leaderless National Guard and Army units in Southern California to defect as well, and make their way to Lost Hills. As we learn through a variety of holotapes found in Fallout 76, Maxon quickly began searching for a way to further unite and formalize this patchwork of allied military units he had built. There was also a growing concern that surviving politicians and generals of the old government could soon emerge and challenge the loyalty of his troops. Thus, the captain insisted that his organization abandon their allegiance to the Republic of old and create something new in its place. Taking inspiration from the medieval knights and scribes he credited with preserving civilization after the fall of Rome, Maxon appealed to the aesthetics of a more chivalrous age. Abandoning the old government's flags, symbols, and even ranking system for good measure. Gone were the privates, sergeants, and generals. Now men would be initiates, knights, and paladins. And where the former military had sworn itself to a constitution and a federal republic, the new order would serve a very different purpose. It would dedicate itself to ensuring that history did not repeat, standing as a bulwark against the horrors of unchecked biological experimentation and nuclear annihilation, such that future generations could be spared the same fate. This new Brotherhood would dedicate itself to preventing the technologies that destroyed the last world from falling into the wrong hands and doing it again in the new one.
We basically, as a whole community of nations, became so dependent on trade from others to make certain things function that taking those away will cause massive shifts everywhere. You have a point there. But I still wonder what happened to the other left of the earth. Beside American, of course. Will they have survivor, or just a bunch of ghouls and a mutated person right now?
Maxon and his units would commit themselves to scouring the land and securing any piece of valuable pre-war tech, so as to ensure they could never be used so irresponsibly once again. And so, sometime between 2078 and 2083, the Brotherhood of Steel was formally founded by Maxon and his allies. The 75th Army Rangers would become the Appalachian Brotherhood, and the show suggests that several additional chapters across the United States may have been established around this time. Meanwhile, just underneath the newly formed Appalachian Brotherhood's feet, the isolated West Virginia enclave was formulating a very different set of ambitions from their bunker in White Springs. President Thomas Eckhart, a lifelong anti-communist, decided that his nation's top priority ought to be a continuation of the Sino-American War. To that end, he resolved to take control of the many unspent nuclear weapon silos across Appalachia and fire their missiles
again
at China, raining a second volley of atomic fire upon
my
America's
God.
enemy. Alas, Eckhart's plan was obstructed by the fact that the Appalachian Automated Launch System, or AALS, did not consider him to be a valid commander-in-chief,
even though
for it knew that the real
fan-made.
one was out in the Pacific. Thus, the AALS could not be made to fire unless the situation was deemed extremely critical. That is to say, unless the regional DEFCON level was raised to 1. The Enclave therefore resolved to begin unleashing as much chaos and disorder as possible upon West Virginia in an effort to create the conditions necessary to take over the launch systems. To this end, by 2083, Enclave scientists made a
Scorched
startling
beast.
breakthrough. Experiments on irradiated bats led to the
I
creation
never
of
see this.
monstrous
Is
entities
it
dubbed
in
the
76?
Sierra Bravos, or scorched beasts. Giant, violent,
It is from
radioactive winged creatures
76?
who seemed to infect those around them with a strange pestilence that was not yet fully understood by research teams. In 2086, against the protests of his officers and general staff, Eckhart, now enraged by his failures to manipulate the DEFCON status by other means, elected to release a horde of these scorched beasts upon the outside world. Prior to the release of these monsters, society in Appalachia was seeing something of the beginnings of a recovery. The Brotherhood, while nominally focused on the recovery of technology, had aligned itself with more civilian groups, and a number of human settlements had been thriving. All this came to a screeching halt with the release of the Scorched Beasts.
Have you ever seen Cazadors and Death Clones? These nuclear weapons destroy the world. How about we do it more? Imagine if these two were much. Okay, this is 76. Okay. Oh no, we destroy the world by launch a bunch of nuclear. How about we do it once more?
As if their violent attacks on communities weren't enough, the pestilence that followed the Sierra Bravos was arguably even more devastating. The Scorched Plague, as it became known, infected human and animal hosts through contact with
now we have the
airborne
plague,
droplets
too.
from the strange clouds that followed the creatures. At first, an infected host's skin begins to darken, then break out in painful, burning lesions. Within a matter of weeks, the disease would take over one's nervous system, causing extreme aggression and a fundamental loss of identity. It effectively just turned people into an even more formidable type of feral ghoul. Though those infected with the plague would retain enough of their motor skills that they could still operate basic weaponry. Finally, after about a year or two of infection, the disease matures by reducing one's mobility to a standstill, eventually leaving them in a frozen, petrified state. Together, the Scorched Beasts, its plague, and the growing army of zombified scorched humans completely reversed the recovery of Appalachia, transforming the Shenandoah Valley into a place more horrifying than it was when
But
the
this
bombs
in
fell.
Alabama.
Eckhart's plan ultimately succeeded. The resulting devastation caused the AALS to recognize a DEFCON level of 1. However, his lieutenants, by now thoroughly disillusioned with his insanity, organized a coup in the White Springs bunker. In the resulting struggle, the AI that controlled the base, known as Modus, fearing it would be shut off, elected to
You guys can see AI is evil. Never trust an AI.
fill the compound with poison gas, wiping out the entire Appalachian enclave in the span of a few minutes.
Damn.
Eckhart, his supporters, and opponents were all dead by December of 2086. The West Virginia Brotherhood tried to put up a fight. For years, they battled hordes of Scorched, both beasts and men, but in the late 2090s, the old pre-war satellite network that kept them in communication with Roger Maxson and the rest of the Brotherhood back at Lost Hills finally began to fail, as the unmaintained satellites could no longer hold their signals. Contact with headquarters in California came to a sudden halt. Isolated, undersupplied, and beleaguered, Taggarty and her men continued to war with the Scorched until 2095, where they made a last stand at Fort Defiance, an old insane asylum, against what proved to be a final, insurmountable swarm of Scorched and beasts. Here, the entire chapter would be cut down to a man. The state of life in the Shenandoah Valley would remain pretty bleak for the next 7 years, as the region remained ravaged by all the horrors unleashed upon it by the Enclave, with no meaningful resistance until 2102. That spring, now 25 years after the Great War, saw the opening of Vault 76, one of the few control vaults constructed in the pre-war period that functioned exactly as advertised. No experiments, no tricks, just safely preserved human life for a quarter century, long enough to wait out the rads and whatever pre-war planners hoped would be the worst of the chaos. As fate would have it, the dwellers of 76, who had enjoyed 2.5 decades of privilege and luxury, suddenly found themselves thrust into a world more
So,
cursed
they are forced to get out. They are not willing to get out, but they're forced to.
than the one created by the bombs. Most died within a few weeks. However, a
Ugh,
scarce few,
yikes.
including the Overseer, proved more scrappy than the rest. The Overseer in particular, while having presided over no experiment, was secretly ordered by Voltec upon the opening of 76 to quickly take control of the Appalachian nuclear missile silos, now conveniently ready to fire at DEFCON 1. With the help of some nameless dwellers, she succeeded in her mission, but not before losing faith in Voltec as a company. In the end, the Overseer and her dwellers would choose to violate their directive by unleashing the West Virginia nuclear missile arsenal upon a number of significant scorched beast nests in the region, in spite of any order to do so. This final atomic bombardment is how the main story of Fallout 76 concludes, as the Overseer wonders aloud if 76's real experiment was to see what its dwellers would do with such an arsenal. Furthermore, in 2103, after greatly reducing the population of scorched beasts in the area,
AI is evil, government is evil, pretty much anyone or thing in power is evil. That's why I choose follow. You are wrong. I took over the castle. I am evil.
the Overseer and her surviving dwellers would go on to work together to develop a vaccine against the Scorched Plague, allowing the resettlement of West Virginia and closing the book on the most painful chapter in the region's history. This is the basis of 76's Wastelanders expansion. Alright, we kinda got a little ahead of ourselves and jumped a bit further ahead in the timeline than chronology would dictate. I wanted to tell all of the events of 76 at once in a coherent story, but as this was happening, things were going on elsewhere in the United States as well. On the other side of the continent, the year 2091, roughly 11 years prior to the events of Fallout 76, and only 14 years after the Great War, saw the opening of Vault 8. Another
Vault
control
8.
vault, this one in northern Nevada, which apparently received an all-clear signal rather early. Instead of starting from scratch and going for broke in the open wasteland, the dwellers of Vault 8 would instead choose to remain close to their old home, building a settlement right outside of the bunker's doors. Aided by some of their shelters still functioning
Evil
life
but the
support
fun
systems
guy?
and defenses, the community being built by 8's inhabitants, soon to be known as Vault City, would slowly
Vault
grow
City?
into one of the West Coast's most prosperous ones in the coming decades.
Oh.
The new town's founders were also aided by a bit more than just their old home structure. You see, virtually all of the 122 plus vaults built before the bombs was equipped with a device known as a Garden of Eden creation kit, or GEC for short.
Yeah.
Exactly what a GEC is and how it works has somewhat evolved with the franchise's lore, but put simply, these were unique instruments given to dwellers that could help them kickstart civilization upon their eventual ascent back into the wasteland. GECs contained a number of soil supplements, genetically modified seeds, water purification tablets, hollow discs with entire encyclopedias worth of knowledge on post-apocalyptic survival,
Oh.
agriculture, and architecture. The earliest Fallout games also alluded to a more science fiction-inspired utility as well. Fallouts 1 and 2 suggested that GECs contained cold fusion nuclear
The GEC includes a cold fusion power generator ready to last at least 1,000 years, matter energy replicators, water purifier, atmospheric chemical stabilizers, and seeds and soil supplements. Even in the event of total global annihilation, a properly functioning GEC will create an earthly paradise. Isn't this from Vault? Is it Vault 22? Which Vault has the bunch of plants that a bunch of monster monstrous plant that attack us? Isn't that Vault 22 had a gag in it? If I remember right.
Reactors for energy production, though the Fallout TV show seems to retcon this. The vibe from the show was that cold fusion was extremely rare and only one
It's what
reactor had been
retcon.
created. Whatever the case, with the help of their old vault and the Garden of Eden creation kit, Vault City's prosperity was almost guaranteed from the start. In 2097, 6 years after the founding of Vault City in Nevada, Vault 15 would open in Southern California. Unlike 8, Vault 15 was not a control vault. It was built with a particularly interesting social experiment in mind. Its inhabitants were deliberately selected from a pool of dwellers as religiously, linguistically, ideologically, and culturally diverse as possible. The
That
exact
doesn't sound good.
demographics of its initial population have been lost to time, but evidence suggests that its community had large South Asian, Middle Eastern, African, and European elements in
That doesn't sound
cohabitation.
good at all.
Bit of an aside, but you'll note that Vault 15's lore was all written during the development of the first Fallout game by Tim Kaine and Company, who
Oh.
themselves were anticipating each experiment to be relevant to social organization aboard a long-term interstellar flight. You can imagine how such a Vault's results would be useful in determining the composition of crews and passengers for such flights across the stars. Anyway, by 2097, just 20 years after it initially sealed, order within Vault 15 had begun to break down. What were initially small-scale, petty disputes had erupted into full-fledged factional strife that had torn the society apart. To make matters worse, anticipated population control systems, whatever that alludes to, had failed, and the structure was now solidly overcrowded. And so, by the spring of that year, the decision was made to open Vault 15 and allow its residents to try their luck in the wastes. While the dwellers of most vaults struggled to adapt in the wasteland above, 15's
I'm
residents were
surprised they not
uniquely
kill
scrappy
each
from
other.
the decades of shortages and factionalism that plagued their home.
We all know
armed
what
with modern
war will-
weapons and free from their confinement, many of these dwellers would go on to found some of the West Coast's most pernicious and powerful raider gangs. Perhaps the most notable of these emerging bandit outfits would be the Khans, an especially savage syndicate that
Oh. Wait, I don't remember this in New Vegas. I remember the Ansel and the Khans original original from one vote, but I didn't know that vote is has experience related to religious.
pernicious and powerful raider gangs. Perhaps the most notable of these emerging bandit outfits would be the Khans, an especially savage syndicate that modeled their way of war after the Mongol Khans of old, whom they read and learned about back in the vault. Their organization would continue pestering the American West for centuries to come. But it wasn't just all bandits and raiders. Another
Hello,
group out of
Godzilla.
15
Hello,
sought a
hello.
less violent, more honest existence and founded the small town of Shady Sands.
Shady
With the help of
Sands.
their vault's GEC, which Shady
Rip.
Sands' founders acquired, they were able to build a modest yet thriving community in
Oh,
the
Shady
wastes of
Sands
Lower
is
California.
in Fallout 1
Shady
too?
Sands' early prosperity would be somewhat hampered by frequent attacks from the raider gangs formed by their former neighbors, the Khans being an especially difficult menace.
Oh wait. Oh, so. Oh, interesting. So the citizens had the same origin with the Khans too. Oh.
And the town's distance from the original vault left them destitute of another advantage enjoyed by their contemporaries in northern Nevada. But make no mistake, in the coming years, Shady Sands would grow to be the biggest player on the block by a very long shot. Sometime between the foundings of
Isn't
Vault
in
City
the TV
and in
shows
the coming years,
in the TV show Shady Sands was the found by what's her name again? The woman in the TV show. I can't remember her name. Oh my god. is found by the woman who create the cold fusions.
Shady Sands would grow to be the biggest player on the block by a very long shot. Sometime between the foundings of Vault City in 2091 and Shady Sands in 2097, a man named Richard Moreau, one of the first dwellers who entered Vault 8 upon the day of the Great War, and one of Vault City's earliest founders, was banished from the bustling community he helped create, evidently on charges of murder. Moreau would spend a few years wandering the wastes aimlessly, eventually making his way down south and taking up residence in The Hub, one of the many early post-apocalyptic communities being formed in Southern California. Richard changed his last name to Gray and began working as one of the Hub's local doctors. By 2102, as the events of Fallout 76 were kicking off, Richard Gray's practice began receiving a stream of wounded wastelanders who blamed mysterious mutant attacks for their injuries. Furthermore, local merchants were complaining about caravans going missing in the north, and the few that returned told tales of bizarre mutant ambushes claiming many lives and goods. Merchants were complaining.
Lucy? No. Yes, Moldova. Yes. Her name, Moldova. I can't remember her name. Oh my god. She's a very important person, but I cannot remember her name.
Richard Gray's practice began receiving a stream of wounded wastelanders who blamed
isn't the
mysterious
city
mutant attacks
found
for
by
their
Moldova?
injuries. Furthermore, local merchants were complaining about caravans going missing in the...
No. Is that imply Moldova used to be in Vault 8? No, Vault 15?
north, and the few that returned told tales of bizarre mutant ambushes claiming many lives and goods. Gray had seen the damage firsthand, and now the local economy was starting to suffer. Against this backdrop, the region's leading merchants decided to organize and fund an expedition to go north and search for the source of these inexplicable attacks. Most of the expedition's members were mercenaries or former caravan guards, but Richard Gray, the Vault Dweller turned murderer turned doctor, decided to volunteer as the medic. Together, the force departed the hub and marched north following the trail of several, now missing, caravans in search of answers. The group eventually found them when it discovered the ruins of the old Mariposa military base in the forests around what was once Yosemite National Park, and an onslaught of mutants defending the perimeter. Apparently, in the aftermath of the Great War and Roger Maxon's abandonment of the base, FEV had been leaking into the nearby air and water supply, as well as into the soil itself. The result was the mutation of local fauna, and even people, into enlarged, very aggressive mutants who have been terrorizing the trade routes of the area. The expedition, rather than seek help, for some inexplicable reason, decided to try to fight their way inside of the base and see if they could somehow eliminate or at least identify the source of the mutations, which they still didn't quite yet understand to be the forced evolutionary virus.
I don't know. I don't think we know where Moldova is at this point. I thought she'll still have to be frozen due to her age in the TV shows. Yeah, that's exactly a question. Is she used the Vault Tech to hibernate herself? Or she creates some kind of technology for herself to not aging? Because we know she's the one capable of creating the cold fusion, so to her to create something to not aging is not so far-fetched.
The ensuing battle,
but we still don't know how she could survive all those 200 years. So the descendant of the 15th became the citizen of City Sands, but it isn't shown that Moldova was among the Vault Dwellers. But it's a fun theory.
Most of the group's members were killed, if not by muties, then by the base's automated defenses. Only Richard Gray and a merchant named Harold managed to push deep enough into the base to locate its giant storage vats of FEV. Gray would climb onto one of these vats in order to get a better view of the substance,
Why would you
unaware
do
that
that?
his mere proximity to the chemicals without protection was dangerous enough, before apparently being knocked inside by a robotic crane. Harold was incapacitated shortly after, when a large blob of a mysterious substance landed on his head, and he would only awake days later, miles away from Mariposa, eventually making his way back to Southern California to tell the tale of the doomed expedition and the loss of its members. Harold himself continues to mutate over the ensuing decades in very unusual ways, but that's another story. Meanwhile, Richard Gray remained floating, unconscious in the giant bath of FEV he had fallen into for over a week, eventually coming to and dragging himself out of the hazardous tub. Following this unorthodox and unprecedented FEV exposure, Gray's body had already mutated dramatically.
Isn't this the Master, the main villain from Fallout 1?
And would continue to do so over the coming months, eventually evolving into a form almost unrecognizable as human. By mid-2103, Richard Gray was able to reliably create super mutants out of captured wastelanders dipped into a special modified vat of FEV.
Well, that's fucked up.
Large, powerful, and resistant to radiation, Gray became convinced that these creatures represented a superior form of life, more suited to the new world than the sapiens they were born as. And while most mutants suffered a dramatic cognitive regression upon mutation, becoming much duller intellectually, Richard's ability to link with his creations neurologically resulted in a hive mind that could help negate this. Over the ensuing years, the man who once called himself Richard Moreau and then Richard Gray shed his human identity altogether, now referring to himself as the Master, and he set out on a mission to drag the human race kicking and screaming into what was clearly the next stage of its evolution with the power of the FEV. Slowly and steadily, the Master built a self-sustaining army of hive-mind-assimilated super mutants fueled by increasingly intense caravan and settlement attacks. Calling this army the Unity, the Master aspired to bring all of mankind into its ranks.
Seems okay.
Also, in late 2103, the Brotherhood of Steel's Lost Hills chapter dispatches an expedition to West Virginia. Led by a paladin Leia Romani, their mission is to re-establish contact with the Appalachian chapter. Shortly after arriving, the group discovers that said chapter was destroyed, and embarks on a mission to support the region's local population in hopes of acquiring new recruits, beginning the events of Fallout 76's Steel Dawn expansion. In 2110, on the East Coast, a group of students and staff who took refuge in the tunnels and subfloors beneath Boston's Commonwealth Institute of Technology, one of the world's leading universities when the bombs fell, formally signed a charter establishing the Institute, a reclusive subterranean scientific organization leading universities when the bombs a group of students and staff who took refuge in 2110, on the East Coast, a group of students and staff who took refuge in the tunnels and subfloors beneath Boston's Commonwealth Institute of Technology, one of the world's leading universities when the bombs fell, formally signed a charter establishing the Institute, a reclusive subterranean scientific organization that sees itself as a bastion of knowledge and progress in a dying world. Though, it's knowledge and progress that they have little intention of sharing. Within a matter of decades, the scientists here will be putting the technology of the old world to shame, producing primitive relay teleporters and human-modeled androids capable of completing basic tasks. The next 2 centuries will see both such innovations perfected. Historical records are sparse over the next handful of years. We know that during this time, the American West was developing. Communities like the Hub and Vault City grew dramatically in prominence. The ruins of Reno, Nevada were refitted as a new city of sin by a coalition of mobster-like gangs seeking to rebuild the gambling and alcohol industries. Throughout this period, the Master's mutant army was also growing considerably. The next year of definitive substance in our record is 2130, when a sort of Great Winter is said to have overtaken the American continent. Its consequences, and even conditions, aren't fully understood, with We can presume a drop in temperatures had catastrophic effects on agricultural yields, and it's fun to imagine a sort of radioactive snow blanketing much of the continent. But with only a few vague references in the lore, we're
This
forced to
nerd.
speculate. We do know that the economy of Southern California suffered greatly, and trade dried up for a period, forcing the Master to become increasingly bold in his attacks on towns to make up for the lack of caravan abductees. 2135 saw the death of Roger Maxon, founder and High Elder of the Brotherhood of Steel, and the succession of his son, Roger Maxon II, to the faction's leadership. In 2138, in the ruins of Las Vegas, a cryogenically frozen Robert House reawakens inside his Lucky 38 casino. House
Yeah.
then prepares to move to the next phase of his plan. In 2155, an unfortunate fate befalls the people.
So my idea is that Moldova could be a synth, but it's just a thought. Isn't the synth just appear in the Commonwealth? I don't think the institute that's launched the factions in other place beside the Commonwealth. We only see the synth in Commonwealth. We didn't see any sign of sin even in the TV shows.
People of Los Angeles's demonstration.
The sin is only appearing in Photo 4, I believe. We will see if they appear in the next Fallout game.
Vault. You see, in the days before the bombs fell, Vault-Tec built a massive, functioning vault beneath one of their offices in the city of Los Angeles, purely for demonstration purposes. While fully capable, this bunker had no roster of dwellers, and really only existed to show potential investors and ticket buyers what their money would get them. Well, when the bombs did fall, a number of concerned citizens with few other options rushed into the LA demonstration vault and found sanctuary. While a lack of clear roles or staff assignments led to some quirks early on, the Los Angeles marketing bunker effectively functioned as a control vault before opening sometime in the decades after the Great War, after which its inhabitants continued living in the structure but began trading and interacting with the wider wasteland. Well, in 2155, one of the community's caravans was ambushed and captured by the Master, who quickly learned of the vault's location and overran it, ultimately moving his headquarters from Mariposa into the facility. The LA Marketing Vault offered several advantages beyond its unique defenses. It allowed Richard Gray to link with Vault-Tec's network of computers, giving him access to the locations of every vault in the wasteland and their door controls. Vault Dwellers were an especially valuable prize for the Unity, as their relatively limited lifetime radiation exposure meant that they interacted with the FEV virus and mutated differently than most. While
Really?
typical super mutants created from Wastelanders were brutish, dumb creatures dependent on the Unity's
so-
hive mind for basic coordination, Vault Dwellers and others with low radiation exposure over their lifetimes would actually experience a dramatic increase in their mental faculties after FEV injection.
Oh, so that's why Granny, the mutant Granny in New Vegas have different personalities, had mental disorder, I might say, and it's so that's why she's so different. There's one scene in Photo 3, but it's a bit vague what a scene actually is. Photo 4 and 3 has seen and mentioned the railroad and institute. Oh, interesting. But what Photo 3 take place of? I don't know where is Photo 3 take place of. It's still in the Commonwealth or what?
Rendering them much more useful agents to the Unity. The Master, therefore, prioritizes raiding vaults and assimilating dwellers where he can. You'll note this is likely why Richard Gray saw his own intelligence skyrocket. He was born in the days of the Great War and spent many years afterwards safe and sound beneath the vault. He had a low concentration of radiation when he first interacted with the FEV. Moving on, this same year, Roger Maxon II is killed in a skirmish with raiders. He is succeeded by a rather bickering council of elders which reigns until 2159, when Roger Maxon II's son, Roger Maxon I's grandson, John Maxon, is convinced to assume leadership. 2161 marks one of the most iconic moments in the Fallout franchise, as early this year, Vault 13's water chip begins showing signs of imminent failure. Vault 13, located
the
northeast
plot
of
line
Lost
of
Hills on the
Fallout 1?
edges of what was once the mountainous Sequoia National Forest, was another especially
South.
unique bunker.
South of Commonwealth in DC, the capitals. Yeah, so it's still in the Commonwealth. We didn't see the institute in other place yet.
Once the mountainous Sequoia National Forest was another especially unique bunker. Our sources vary on its purpose. Avalon's Fallout Bible tells us that 13's experiment was to remain sealed for 200 consecutive years and simply monitor the society with no further intervention, perhaps testing the limits of how long people could survive.
Yes, the water chip thing is a script. After 200 years, it has to be broken down, so it forced the citizens of the vote to push they out.
Survive together aboard a starship. All in all, not a terribly bad bet for its dwellers. However, the events of Fallout 2 suggest it was designed to serve more as a reservoir of unpolluted DNA for the Enclave to pull from whenever some was needed for experimentation.
Yikes.
We'll discuss this idea later on. Whatever its mission was, the year 2161 saw 13 under enormous pressure, as the first signs of imminent failure gave way to what they prophesized, and the Vault's water chip, a device necessary for the purification, processing, and recycling of the structure's water supply, failed by December. Thus, with only about 5 months of water left, and all attempts at repair having failed or even exasperated the problem, it became clear that someone would need to exit the bunker and search for a replacement in the wasteland, presumably from another vault. Straws were drawn amongst dwellers, and one was chosen at random. All we know about this anointed vault dweller's previous identity is that they were likely male, given journal entries we could read in the future. The dweller was armed with a pistol, given some basic provisions, and sent out into the brave new world on a hero's journey to save their home.
And
Thus
we're going
begins
alone.
the story of Fallout 1. To make a long
That's
story
fucked
short,
up.
by 2162, the nameless Vault Dweller had succeeded in their mission and secured a replacement water chip for Vault 13, saving their community, although there was little time for celebration. Upon returning home and submitting a report of their experiences in the wastes to leadership, the Overseer determined that the tales of mutants reported by the Dweller were too serious to ignore, and thus the individual was once again dispatched to brave the wastes, this time under orders not to return until the mutant problem had been resolved.
And we
In
do this
truth, the
alone.
Overseer was just looking for an excuse to be rid of 13's hero, whose stories about life above ground could disrupt the bunker's social status quo. It's a complete coincidence that as all of this was happening, the Master, now based out of the Los Angeles Control Vault, had indeed been preparing to raid 13 to assimilate its dwellers into the Unity. By now, the Master's forces had ballooned into an army of tens of thousands of super mutants, including a great many more intelligent ones created from less irradiated humans, nicknamed the Nightkin.
Oh,
and
so
plans
the
were formed
Nightkin
for
original
imminent,
from the
much
Vault
larger scale
Dwellers.
attacks on the communities of Southern California, including the Hub, Shady Sands, Junktown, and of course the Vaults. However, through their own cunning, and perhaps some intelligence, courtesy of the Brotherhood of Steel, the Vault Dweller was able to identify this plan, infiltrate the Master's headquarters beneath the Los Angeles Vault, and slay the creature that was once known as Richard Moreau. Technically, there are a few ways the Master can be defeated at the climax of Fallout 1, but the canon lore explanation is that he was killed when the Dweller sabotaged a nuclear warhead stored by the Unity in their HQ. By late spring of 2161, the Dweller and Brotherhood of Steel forces would combine to attack the Mariposa military base, successfully fighting their way to the base's control terminals and initiating a self-destruct sequence, destroying the compound. With the Master, the nucleus of the hive mind dead, and the source of
Standalone, but
new
also
mutants now
companion.
gone, what remained of the mutant army that was once the Unity broke into hundreds of pieces, scattering across the American Southwest. While super mutants would remain a pernicious challenge for the peoples of the area, never again would they pose the existential looming threat that they did under the leadership of Gray. As the decades would tick on, their numbers would continue to thin. Having now saved his people twice, the Vault Dweller expected to receive a hero's welcome upon his return to 13. Instead, he was met outside the door by a stoic overseer, who revealed that he could not let the player return. Stopping the super mutants was indeed merely an excuse he used in an effort to be rid of the protagonist. Never did the Vault's leader expect the Dweller to come back alive. Betrayed, exiled, and now thoroughly
Hello,
under-socialized,
Alessandro.
the Vault
Welcome
Dwellers
to the
slowly
stream.
made their way
Nice to
north,
see you here.
accumulating a number of followers. Indeed, we know that after their hero's banishment, a great number of 13's dwellers chose to abandon their Vault and Overseer, joining the protagonist in his travels. At last, in 2167, Fallout 1's main character and his caravan of companions chose to settle down, founding the town of Arroyo in what was once the California-Oregon borderlands. While the super mutant problem may have finally been put under control on the West Coast, on the other side of the continent, a new one was just getting started. As in 2178, the Institute, that society of scientists beneath the city of Boston, began experimentation with their own FEV samples, supposedly
know
secured
this.
from old government sites in the region. Terminal entries tell us that the Institute was interested in creating their own super mutants as a possible alternative to advanced, but still somewhat early androids the organization had been using for basic tasks. By all accounts, the Institute's super mutant program would go on to be a complete failure until its eventual shutdown in 2286. The experiments would consistently fail to produce sufficiently obedient creatures, and above-ground testing would result in the regular release of mutant hordes upon the people of Massachusetts. Not only that, but in order to test super mutant creation, innocent wastelanders were regularly abducted. The world would be considerably less safe as a result of the organization's recklessness. However, the faction would find a different utility for the forced evolutionary virus in the future. In 2180, a large super mutant horde is said to have placed Diamond City under siege. The city is saved when a militia, calling itself the Minutemen, modeled off of early Massachusetts soldiers in the American Revolution, comes to its rescue and repels the attackers. The Minutemen rise to great prominence following this victory. Back out west, with the
I know a lot of people didn't like how the Minutemen has been portrayed in Photo 4, but I like them a lot. I mean, they are the good bit in a good bit of kindness in the world full of chaos and evil. So I like them a lot. They're trying to do good. Hello Caleb, hello, welcome to the stream.
super mutant problem addressed and trade routes once again bustling, the increasingly developed and interconnected communities of
Also, the Minutemen have a bunch of artillery that I love to use. I guarantee you guys, once I get a hand in those artillery, the Commonwealth will hear a lot of explosive. A lot of explosive that they
Southern California elected to band together and form the new California Republic, a federation of 5
NCR.
states with shady
wait,
sand in
I
Southern
missed
California.
something.
Trade routes once again bust following this victory.
Huh?
Back out west, with the super mutant problem addressed and trade routes once again bustling, the increasingly developed and interconnected communities of Southern California elected to band together and form the new California
The
Republic,
NCR.
a federation of 5 states with shady sands, which by now had grown considerably as the new nation's capital.
Yes.
This NCR was defined by a commitment to restoring the democratic republican institutions of old, headed not by a warlord or council of aristocrats like most post-apocalyptic states, but by a democratically elected president and Congress.
It could have been made better. Doing everything yourself gets very taxing, and Preston is very annoying. I can't agree. But majority is because the mechanic. I mean, Photo 4 has a lot of mechanic that make us annoyed. But I still love the factions, for it is what it is. I love their ideology, their kindness, and yeah, I like to be their general. Call me General Nova.
Aradesh, Shady Sands' former mayor, who we could meet in Fallout 1, was elected as the first president of this new California Republic. While
Oh.
still in its infancy, this new nation would quickly grow through diplomacy and conquest to absorb many of its neighbors, ultimately destined to become one of the Wasteland's biggest players. Now, this next detail is also kind of weird for reasons that will be apparent, but during the end credits scene for Episode 5 of the Fallout TV show's first season, we get a look at several copies of a textbook titled The New California Republic sitting in a locker in the ruins of Shady Sands' elementary school. And spoiler alert, while this is still a ways away, the TV show does reveal that Shady Sands will be destroyed. This textbook, which is presumably some sort of history of the NCR, was first checked out in February of 2189, according to the library stamps we can see on it. Presumably this was used in the school curriculum of the NCR in its later years. It's kind of odd that a full-fledged NCR history textbook was printed and in libraries in February of 2189, the year the Republic itself was founded. What history is there? Perhaps the text focuses more on the foundations of the Republic. One theory I really like is that maybe this book was written before the foundation of the NCR to advocate for its eventual establishment, and later became a part of the educational curriculum. You know, kind of like how Thomas Paine writes Common Sense to advocate for American colonial independence, and then we all have to read it in high school. But even more bizarre, the book's author is clearly printed as Kate Williams, the name of the scientist credited with creating cold fusion in the pre-war days. The Fallout TV show does go on to admit that Kate Williams somehow not only survived the Great War, but largely resisted aging altogether.
Holy shit, wait. So, Moldova kinda live through different identities, and she not only found the Shady Sand, but she also one of those who found the NCR. Oh my god.
And had some sort of affiliation with NCR operatives.
No, this is just a theory. Just a theory.
I had always assumed that she just cryogenically froze herself up to that point, but apparently not. Evidently more than 100 years.
But how can she, if that she live through different identity, but how she not aging when she not a ghoul?
For her appearance during the events of the show, but well after the bombs fell, Kate Williams was something of an author during the formation of the NCR. Perhaps she was one of the Republic's early architects, or maybe the showrunners messed up their chronology a bit. Whatever the case, 7 years later, in 2196, the Republic's first president, Aradesh, disappears during an expedition to seek out Vault 13, and his daughter, Tandy, another character the Vault Dweller encountered during the events of Fallout 1, is elected.
Oh, we got to meet Tandy at Photo 1. We got to meet Tandy in Photo 1. If you guys watch my Fallout New Vegas, we actually know the Caesar leader praised Tandy a lot. I mean, he's not quote unquote praise her, but he thinks very highly of her.
Replace him by the nation's Congress. Under the leadership of President Tandy,
Yeah.
who will go on to win several re-election campaigns, the growing nation will pass legislation outlawing slavery, protecting the rights of ghouls and mutants, and guaranteeing the universal
he's a very great
enfranchisement of
person.
its citizens. Indeed, Tandy's reign will see her country solidify its status as a both powerful and wholesome bright spot in an otherwise bleak world. Tandy's reign would also see the Republic begin its first wave of serious expansion, particularly northward, incorporating additional vassals and territories, though we're not sure about any states, in a slow push towards the Cascades. However, the NCR's northward expansion would grind to something of a halt, as the power of Vault City and New Reno prevented it from expanding beyond the Shasta region. According to the Fallout Bible, in 2208, more than 30 years after they stopped the Master's army and founded
Vault
the
Dweller
community of
vanished.
Arroyo, the Vault Dweller vanishes from his home, leaving behind his old Vault suit and choosing to wander the wastes. In his place, the Dweller's daughter, whom apparently he had, begins preparing to assume the role of village elder. Meanwhile, as the NCR was finding its footing, and as the Vault Dweller was abandoning his wife and kids, the Enclave was preparing to reawake. While forces in Appalachia suffered extinction, West Virginia was home to but one of several Enclave holdouts scattered across the wasteland. And while details on their operations over the last 140 years are sparse, we know that their seat of government remained the Poseidon Energy oil rig, where the president and his Congress had been quietly toiling. The events of Fallout 2 tell us that over the last century and a half, the oil rig, powered by both harvested fossil fuels and a state-of-the-art nuclear reactor, had destroyed the marine ecology of the American Pacific coast thanks to its reckless waste disposal. Some theorize that, in accordance with the original vision of Tim Kaine and Fallout's creators, the Enclave had been quietly coordinating with its various cells on the necessary research, design, and construction of aerospace technology, although no canon lore for such an activity exists. Alas, in 2220, an Enclave congressman by the name of, we'll call him Richard Richardson, would be elected to the presidency.
Richardsons.
Given that America's old congressional districts were clearly no longer under Enclave control, and the faction's obvious revulsion towards the democratic process, it's unclear what exactly our sources mean when they suggest Richardson was elected, but nonetheless, his rise to power
He's
coincides
rigged.
with a steady end to the isolation of the oil rig, as the faction begins dispatching covert but increasingly serious reconnaissance missions across the Pacific seaboard. The coastal site of Navarro, home to an old Poseidon Energy oil refinery, is built up as a forward operating base for continued westward missions. Back on the East Coast, the year 2227 was destined to contain another major event seared into the legacy of the Fallout universe, as this was when the Institute, desperate for
raids.
access to uncorrupted, non-irradiated DNA, moved to raid Vault 111, a bunker just northwest of Boston proper that housed a population of cryogenically frozen dwellers from the pre-war period. Institute operatives elected to abduct an infant named Sean, betting that the young child would offer them their best shot at healthy, uncorrupted DNA. During the abduction process, the entire population of 111 is thawed from their stasis, and Institute forces don't bother to resume basic life support functions. The entire remaining population dies of asphyxiation with a single exemption. One Vault Dweller is sent back into cryogenic stasis and deliberately preserved, lest the scientists ever need a backup. This sole survivor just so
That's
happens
so
to be
fucked up.
one of Sean's parents, setting the stage for the events of Fallout 4. Though it will be several more decades until our sole survivor awakes for the second time. Over the next few years, the Institute successfully leverages Sean's uncorrupted DNA in combination with a modified variant of their FEV to begin growing, as opposed to building from steel, a new type of android. These third-generation droids are indistinguishable from normal humans to the typical observer. They're more like Star Wars clones than your average robot. Only a small electrical device present in their nervous system identifies these Gen 3s as something more than man. Soon, the term android will be dropped altogether in favor of the more appropriate synth designation, short
And I just learned a few days ago. Somebody said when they shoot dog meat, they found a synth component in them. Yeah, I just learned that a few days ago. Dog meat had a synth component in him. I'm like, what? What the fuck?
for synthetic human. Just 2 years after Sean's abduction, the Institute begins testing their Gen 3 synths on the surface, eager to covertly spy on the population and gauge their ability to socialize. Most tests succeed. However, one synth, named Carter, malfunctions and goes postal in Diamond City's central market, massacring more than 5 civilians before being killed by security. The people of Diamond City later discover Carter's synth component and realize that he was a creation of the Institute. This event will come to be known as the Broken Mask Incident, and the discovery of the Institute's involvement vilify the already shadowy organization in the eyes of wastelanders across the Commonwealth. The Institute becomes synonymous with a malicious boogeyman for those on the surface, much to the dismay and contempt of its scientists. Over the summer of 2236, Enclave scouting parties discovered the ruins of the old Mariposa military base. Though destroyed and covered by ash and debris, soldiers detect strange chemical signals emitting from the nearby soil.
Oh my god,
The
wait,
faction would
only
spend
half
the
of
remainder
it.
of the year using human slave labor to methodically
Dog meat is a synth? I don't know. We don't know. Maybe it's just a misplace. But who knows? To be fair, I haven't tried it yet. I haven't tried to kill dog meat yet, so I don't know. But some people say it. If you guys curious, you guys can try it.
Soldiers detect strange chemical signals emitting from the nearby soil. The faction would spend the remainder of the year using human slave labor to methodically excavate the site. Project overseers note strange mutations plaguing the slave workers, and eventually, Enclave forces are able to recover a viable sample of the forced evolutionary virus for their own research and recreation. In good time, President Richardson and his cabinet will determine that the forced evolutionary virus presents his government with an unprecedented opportunity. Enclave scientists believe that it's unique.
I heard the idea that the soul survivor is a synth, but never dog meat. He's just a good boy. I mean, he's still a good boy even if he is a synth. You know what I mean? Still a good boy. Don't even care. But still mind-blowing. And about the soul survivor is a synth. It's just really a theory, but very interesting theory. I think I already watched a theory from EpicNate. I think I already watched a theory. It's pretty it has a pretty convincing point, but nonetheless, it's still just a theory.
Unique relationship to radiation will allow them to modify the FEV into a highly contagious pathogen capable of exterminating all irradiated life in the wasteland while inoculating themselves against this coming virus, ensuring that the Enclave would be able to emerge from the Poseidon rig in force and reclaim control of the country with no opposition. As an added bonus, with no inhabitants left on the continent at all, Richardson's government would truly have a clean slate to work with. Hence, the stage is set for the upcoming events of Fallout 2. In 2240, the Commonwealth Minutemen, the wholesome Chungus defenders of Boston, famed for saving Diamond City from Institute super mutant hordes, suffer a catastrophe.
What kind of monster kills dog meat? Exactly. That is the reason why I still haven't done it yet.
As a Mirelurk queen emerges from the sea and captures the castle, a revolutionary fort retrofitted into their headquarters. Dozens die in the fighting, including the faction's leader, a certain General McGann. While greatly
General.
weakened and now without their HQ, the organization at least survives this setback, appointing a new leader known as General Joe Becker. However, the faction's woes are only just beginning. Returning west, 2241 is yet another iconic date in the franchise, as by late spring, 5 years after their initial discovery of the FEV, Enclave scientists were ready to begin live human testing of their new, modified pathogen, which they hope to release into the airstream soon. To this end, the faction began abducting ordinary wastelanders in order to study their new compound's lethality, although they also needed to do more work in figuring out how to inoculate themselves. Rather than inject every single Enclave soldier, politician, and scientist across their various bunkers spread all over the continent with an expensive shot, their idea was to simply release a sort of counter-virus into the atmosphere. One that would inoculate people with sufficiently low levels of lifetime radiation exposure, hence preserving the lives of most of their members while wiping the wastes clean. And in order to test their inoculation formula, the Enclave needed non-irradiated subjects. And this is where Vault 13 re-enters our story. Contrary to Avalon's account in his Fallout Bible, the opening scenes of Fallout 2 reveal that 13's true purpose was to serve as a literal vault of non-contaminated DNA for later Enclave forces to draw from when the time came. And now, that time was here. By May of that year, the Enclave sends a bogus, all-clear signal to the dwellers of 13, who respond with jubilation, opening their doors to what they think are friendly government forces here to help them rebuild, but are actually Enclave assault squads, who abduct the population and massacre dissenters. Meanwhile, the town of Arroyo, that community founded by Vault 13's famous savior, who's now long gone, is suffering its own crisis. A drought across the American Northwest had led to a series of devastating crop failures, and famine is on the horizon. Desperate to avoid catastrophe, Arroyo's elder, the daughter of the original Vault Dweller, orders her child, dubbed the Chosen One, to scour the wastes in search of a device her father taught her about.
Oh, the
A
kid.
Garden of Eden creation kit, which she believes may contain the necessary technology to relieve drought conditions. And so begins the story of Fallout 2.
Why so
Fallout 2.
So we got the protagonist of Fallout 2 is kind of like franchise of the protagonist from Fallout 1.
Whose playable world space encompasses much of Northern California, rather than the southern region of the state, like we saw in Fallout 1. However, there is some overlap. The Chosen One can revisit Shady Sands, which by now has grown into what can reasonably be called a truly thriving city, as the capital of the new California Republic. It's now several times the size we last saw it in Fallout 1. Its streets are paved, its population is quadrupled, and in the newly built NCR Hall of Congress toils its president, Tandy, whom the Chosen One can meet
Now
and
she's
ask
old.
about her relationship with their grandfather. One of the decisive themes of Fallout 2's story is the growing power of the Republic, which by this point is something of a nascent empire, and it struggles to firmly control Northern California in the face of Vault City and New Reno's competing spheres of influence. The area around what was once the community of Redding proves to be a particularly decisive arena, as all three players jockey for control of the region's gold mines. In theory, the player is able to resolve this conflict in favor of whichever faction they prefer. However, the canonical resolution to this debate sees the Chosen One side with the NCR, and ensure the Republic's annexation of the region with the help of some local political supporters. Redding is eventually given a seat in the NCR Congress, and seems to acquire statehood, much to the frustration of Vault City and New Reno, who find themselves in a much weaker relative position afterward. Anyway, while the Chosen One was out and about, determining the fate of nations and scouring the frontiers of the NCR for a potential GEC, the Enclave, always eternally hungry for wastelanders to experiment on, raided Arroyo, burning it to the ground and abducting the village's population for further FEV research. When the Chosen One finally returned home with the aforementioned Gek in hand, they found their community little more than a smoldering pile of ash, and their neighbors and family missing. Following an inquiry across the wastes of Northern California, this nameless hero inevitably learned of the Enclave's blame and the location of their headquarters on the Poseidon Energy rig. Through contacts in San Francisco, the Chosen One sailed out to this HQ aboard an old oil tanker, the PMC Valdez, and infiltrated the Enclave's capital, quickly locating both their old neighbors and
Also,
many
the
of the
Chosen One
recently
is the one
abducted
who
Vault
destroyed the
13
oil rig,
dwellers
the
as well,
Enclave oil rig.
before deliberately sabotaging the grid's energy reactors and triggering a nuclear runaway, destroying the oil rig and wiping out the Enclave's top political, military, and scientific minds, as
Fuck
well
the
as their
Enclave.
genocidal plans for the wastes, and so concluding the events of Fallout 2. In theory, due to varying potential speeds Fallout 2 can be completed, we're not exactly sure when these events transpired, beyond the fact that they occurred sometime after the summer of 2241. However, Avalon's later timeline describes the fall of the Poseidon oil rig as occurring sometime in late 2242. The Chosen One and their band of Vault 13 and Old Arroyo refugees, with the help of the Gek, would go on to re-found Arroyo near the original village's site.
Nice.
While it almost certainly wasn't built in a day, Arroyo would steadily grow into one of the Northwest's largest communities, and sometime over the next 40 years, it would be annexed into the NCR and granted statehood. Furthermore, while we don't know exactly when, a similar fate would soon befall the now isolated communities of Vault City and New Reno. Once the twin bulwarks that prevented New California's northern expansion, with the loss of gold production at Redding, both cities soon found themselves economically, and later even militarily, dependent on the Republic, acquiescing to annexation sometime after the events of Fallout 2. We know that New Reno's admission was somewhat on its own terms. The canon ending in Fallout 2 has the pro-NCR Bishop family dominating their pro-Enclave and Independence rivals, securing not only the town's statehood, but their own prominence in California's Congress. Although the terms of Vault City's union are less
Explode Enclave
some
is bad
endings suggest
Enclave.
a mutually beneficial, consensual admission into the country. Others imply their admission was imposed on them. Furthermore, following up on the destruction of the Poseidon Energy oil rig, around the year 2246, NCR and Brotherhood of Steel forces teamed up to drive what remained of the Enclave out of California, besieging and ultimately destroying a number
This is Navarro is the place that Arcade came from. Not came from. Arcade father and mother came from. He's born in there. So I know the full context of Navarro.
number of outposts and bunkers across the region, including the large forward base at Navarro, which after the loss of Control Station Enclave had briefly been the faction's de facto capital. Humiliated and directionless, what little remained of the faction's forces found themselves facing their biggest crisis since the Great War, maybe even bigger, one which would ultimately be exploited by an unlikely candidate. You see, on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. was Raven Rock, a state-of-the-art
Raven Rock.
Enclave military bunker that, for whatever reason, was abandoned either shortly before or right after the bombs fell. Like many Enclave facilities, Raven Rock was built to be managed by a highly advanced AI supercomputer.
Do not trust the AI. What are you doing? Not AI again.
That would handle its communications, monitor inventories, and oversee the automation of security. But over the last 2.5 centuries, with no inhabitants to deal with or answer to, Raven Rock's AI gradually grew increasingly self-aware and
You see?
bored. The computer's own terminals, which we can later read during the events of Fallout 3, reveal that to busy itself, the computer spent countless years digging through old American government archives and developed a particular fascination with biographies of American presidents. Bit of an aside, but on some government terminals in Fallout 76, we
become
can
death.
read about the Raven Rock AI asking other Enclave computers and other bases if they're as excited about the lives of past presidents as it was, to which the other computers are just completely confused. Anyway, after 250 years of boredom and accumulating
Hello,
fun
Eldian.
American
Welcome
history
to the
facts,
stream. My
the
favorite
destruction
Fallout
of Control
game.
Station Enclave presented the Raven Rock AI with an unprecedented opportunity. As the dislocated, demoralized remnants of the Enclave scattered across the faction found themselves aimless, the Washington, D.C. supercomputer sent out a message, declaring itself to be John Henry Eden, the rightful President of the United States, and ordered any units capable to retreat to Raven Rock, a fully functional, powered, and generously stocked base from which the Republic could fight on. Desperate for any direction at all, several remaining units answered the call. The largest being one from California, fleeing the recent defeat at Navarro, led by a high-ranking scientist known only as Dr. Autumn. That this group was led by a
Dr.
scientist
Autumn.
and not a ranking military officer goes to show just how much of a beating the faction had taken on the West Coast. Over the course of several years, Dr. Autumn would lead his men across the ravaged American wasteland and arrive at Raven Rock to fight another day, where only Autumn himself and a few senior officers would learn the truth about President Eden's nature, a secret they reluctantly concealed for the sake of cohesion. The coming decades would see the Capital Wasteland Enclave continue to rebuild and even recruit, expanding their presence to several additional, albeit smaller and less technically advanced bases in the region. A particularly strong presence would come to grow out of the old Adams Air Force Base, north of DC proper. Also, in 2246, a 20-year-old anthropologist named Edward Sallow, working on behalf of the Followers of the
Sallow.
Apocalypse, an NCR-based scholarly and charitable society, is dispatched from Southern California to the Grand Canyon region of Arizona in
Richard, wait. Come back.
20-year-old anthropologist named Edward Sallow.
Isn't this the name, the true name of the Caesar? The Caesar leader?
Working on behalf of
Edward.
the Followers of the
Yes,
Apocalypse,
I think he's the
an
one.
NCR-based scholarly and charitable society, is dispatched from Southern California to the Grand Canyon region of Arizona in order to study the languages that have emerged out of the various tribes. Along the way, Sallow stumbles upon a trove of historical documents, including Edward Gibbon's once famous 6-volume The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire,
Yes,
and Julius
he's the
Caesar's
one.
own memoirs of his campaigns in Gaul. The books leave a major impression on the bored young man. By 2247, Sallow and his companions had made contact with a Grand Canyon tribe known as the Blackfoot.
Yes, the
But a
Blackfoot.
series of misunderstandings leads the tribe to detain Sallow and company. It's unclear if they were being held for ransom or imminent execution. Rather than accept his fate, the 20-year-old
Graham say maybe it was a miscommunications. Maybe he translate the thing they say wrong.
linguist, recognizing that his captors are fighting a series of losing wars with their neighbors, offers to teach the Blackfoot a variety of tactics he learned from his Roman history books. The resulting strategies and emphasis on merciless total war are so successful, he's made into the Blackfoot's war chief, and the clan quickly goes on to conquer and absorb its neighbors. Euphoric to the point of delusion with his newfound power and success, Edward Sallow resolves to create an empire modeled on the Roman legions of old. Rejecting his birth name and declaring himself Caesar, the new ruler is convinced that
Yes.
the disparate identities of the West's tribes are leading them to waste time on interscene violence, and he resolves to absorb them all into his new legion. In 2248, Caesar, Sallow, the Emperor, whatever you want to call him, begins conquests around the old four-state border of Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, with devastating results. This same year, Tandy, the now 103-year-old multi-term president of the NCR,
Damn.
passes away peacefully in her sleep.
Rip
and is replaced
Tandy.
by her vice president, Joanna Tippett. Also, roughly 2,400 miles away, back in the capital wasteland, somewhere around this time, a team of scientists begin studying the feasibility of water purification on a large scale, hopeful to one day provide clean water to the people of DC. They set up shop in the abandoned Jefferson Memorial, believing the monument's proximity to the tidal basin makes it an ideal candidate for the site of a major purifier. This is the origin of what will come to be known as Project Purity. According to the Fallout New Vegas official game guide, the year 2253 sees a caravan of NCR traders massacred by marauders in the Mojave Desert. The nation is incensed and deems President Tippett's reluctance to deploy troops as timid. Congress removed
President Tippett is removed from office by a vote of no confidence following her timid response to the massacre of 38 NCR citizens at the hands of Mojave Raiders. Her replacement, President Wendell Peterson, orders 3 battalions of NCR infantry into the Mojave.
Moves the former vice president from office, replacing her with Wendell Peterson, an unremarkable but war-hungry man who immediately deploys 3 battalions of infantry to fight raiders in the region. We also know that it is around this time that despite nearly a century of cooperation, or at the very least mutual tolerance, relations between the NCR and Brotherhood of Steel begin to break down. As explained by Josh Sawyer, New Vegas' game director in a 2010 interview, roughly a decade and a half after the events of Fallout 2, so around 2253,
After the end of Fallout 2, they got into conflict with the NCR over control of technologies, mostly energy weapons. NCR didn't want to hand it over, so they went to war. Oh.
The two factions entered open conflict over the NCR's refusal to turn over various pieces of technology to the Elders at Lost Hills. The exact course, scale, and scope of this war remains somewhat mysterious. Various developer statements, mostly from Josh Sawyer, allude
BOS raid NCR gold reserve until NCR could no longer generate gold coinage nor back their paper money. They abandoned the gold standard and established fiat currency, which is why its value is inflated over both gaps and people in Eastern NCR. And the Mojave Wasteland lost faith in the NCR government. Really? They abandoned the gold standard. But for some reason, the gold bar in the New Vegas DLC is still worth a bunch of caps.
To several attacks by the Brotherhood on the Republic's treasury and gold reserves, devastating California's economy, at least initially. However, over time, the NCR's numerical and manufacturing superiority would begin to weigh on the Knights and Paladins, greatly thinning their numbers. As far as we know, Lost Hills itself and several Brotherhood bunkers across California would still hold out for many, many years to come. The Fallout TV show also alludes to extra Brotherhood of chapters across California in places like Yosemite and Coronado, perhaps implying that their force was far more formidable than previous games suggested. Through dialogue with Paladins in Fallout 3, we know that in 2254, likely amidst its conflict with Shady Sands, the Brotherhood dispatches a massive contingent across the continent to the ruins of DC in order to scour the capital wasteland for whatever advanced technologies may be found. The expedition ultimately establishes headquarters in the ruins of the old Pentagon, once the center of the United States Department of Defense, rechristening the structure as the Citadel. While initially extremely successful, the chapter quickly found stockpiles of state-of-the-art pre-war tech all over their new home, including, but not limited to, a giant pre-war robot known as Liberty Prime, developed by the old government meant to be deployed to the front lines of the Sino-American War before the Great War began. The expedition's leader, a principled man known as Elder Owen Lyons, quickly found himself more concerned with the state of the capital wasteland's inhabitants than his primary directive. To that end, among a variety of altruistic endeavors, including the defense of settlements and trade routes, Lyons established contact with that group of scientists working out of the old Jefferson Memorial. Lyons offers them privileged access to Brotherhood research and even helps them secure their laboratories from mutant and raider attacks, much to the frustration of more senior members in the faction who view these actions as needless distractions. Returning to the west, at this point in the video we're going to start oscillating a lot between the two coasts, if you haven't noticed. 2255 sees Caesar declare the ruins of
48 to 74, Caesar conquers the tribes of southeastern Utah, southwestern Colorado, the western edge of New Mexico, and the northern half of Arizona. By 15, he has declared himself the son of Mars. By 55, he has established a capital of sorts amid the ruin of
Flagstaff, Arizona, as his legion's formal capital. Though it's unclear exactly how large his domain was at the moment, it must have been pretty expansive. In 2259, back in DC, two of the leading directors of Project Purity, known only by their first names, James and Catherine, give birth to a young child, soon to be the protagonist of Fallout 3. Technically, it's just Catherine who gives birth. You get the idea. Unfortunately, Catherine dies just moments after delivery, and Project Purity falls into chaos. James, the newborn's father and now a grieving widower, fears for the safety of his baby in the unforgiving environment of the wastes, and thus, through unknown means, negotiates a deal with the overseer of Vault 111. Located on the outskirts of DC, one of their tested
skip this part.
Their origins and Purity is abandoned. By 2273, NCR scouting parties had reached the Hoover Dam and calculate that it could easily be spurred back into operation, providing enormous amounts of hydroelectric power for their growing cities in California. Furthermore, this same year, NCR President Wendell Peterson is impeached and replaced by Aaron Kimball, the general credited with pacifying tribes east of the Sierra Nevadas. Kimball's first act is to order an occupation of Hoover Dam. Nearby in Vegas, with the NCR at his doorstep and now tinkering with the dam, Robert House, who had been remaining quiet in his Lucky 38 penthouse for the last century, is finally forced to act. The pre-war billionaire unleashes a small army of Securitrons from his casino and quickly evicts the various drifters and bandits occupying the Vegas Strip, establishing a monopoly on violence, and dispatches envoys to the various still independent tribes of the Mojave. He offers them a deal. Come to Vegas, help him rebuild the Strip, and leverage their combined power in negotiations with the NCR, and in exchange, they'll be granted wealth, luxury, security, and the opportunity to run their own casinos. 3 tribes take him up on this offer and relocate to the derelict casinos of what is now being called New Vegas, initiating renovations. By 2274, House's independence is recognized by the new California Republic, who by now is too worried about the rising power of Caesar's Legion to risk any direct confrontation with House. The Treaty of New Vegas is signed. New Vegas's CEO secures access to 5% of the Hoover Dam's power and access to the Republic's tourist market in exchange for allowing the opening of an embassy and the establishment of an NCR military base just outside the Strip. By the end of the year, renovations are mostly complete, and the New Vegas Strip is opened to tourists. House, styling himself as the city's autocrat, uses the Strip's profits to continue his hunt for the Platinum Chip and pay off the tribes. No later than 2075, Legion scouts confirm the NCR occupation of the Hoover Dam and view the now bright, glistening Vegas Strip on the horizon across the Colorado River. Caesar firmly sets his sights on the Republic and aims to take control of the whole Mojave, harnessing the power of the dam for himself and transforming New Vegas into a new capital fitting for his growing empire. Legionary forces muster on what will become Fortification Hill just west of the Hoover Dam. Meanwhile, President Kimball is awoken to the threat and orders more forces to hold the east, setting the stage for the coming First Battle of the Hoover Dam. In 2276, tensions within Elder Lyons' Capital Wasteland Brotherhood finally reach a breaking point, as dozens of disgruntled paladins, knights, scribes, and aspirants, frustrated with Lyons' concentration on helping the people rather than sticking to their mission, desert, taking up residence at an old Defense Intelligence Agency building, which they dub Fort Independence. These deserters, far from abandoning the Brotherhood, believe they are merely following their true orders and campaign to scavenge whatever they can out of the pre-war capital. They paint their armor black and red to distinguish themselves from the men who remain at the Citadel. In response, Lyons and those loyal to him declare the rebels traitors, calling them outcasts, and orders that they be fired upon on sight. The outcasts like the term and wear it with pride. And finally, the year we've all been waiting for. In 2277, still in the Capital Wasteland, 19 years after the birth of his child and death of his wife, James, once a leader of Project Purity, now one of Divinity's, and perhaps guarded by gone horses ballistically through the Pi President, all Richard died forced evolutionary virus, mutant and irradiated hot-tide water capital from its hue, believe it would be too immoral of the Wanderer, who eventually escapes from Enclave captivity, destroying rebooted and bring Project Purity and the Lions against massive attack operations, including 2277 was more than just a pivotal year on the East Coast. Meanwhile, near the Mojave, while the Lone Wanderer was making a name for themselves, Caesar decided it was
so the Fallout 3 and New Vegas is happened at the same time. Oh, interesting. Why are you skipping 3? Because I haven't played 3 yet. I haven't played 3 yet.
Time to act and launch what would be his first
I watched this video just to know about the timeline. What happened here and there. Just I have just to have a more tight grip of what happened in the Fallout universe.
Large-scale attack on the Hoover Dam. While exact troop counts and battle dispositions remain elusive, sometime toward the end of the year, Caesar ordered a full-scale assault on the structure from his base at Fortification Hill, concurrent with several smaller-scale amphibious attacks on NCR territory west of the Colorado. Californian forces at the dam were commanded by a certain General Lee Oliver, while Caesar placed his main force under the direction of his top lieutenant, the Malpais legate, a man formerly known as Joshua Graham. While many of the finer details remain elusive, the general beats of this battle have since become common knowledge. Legion forces rapidly pushed across the dam itself, but grew wildly disorganized in the process. NCR sharpshooters, positioned on a nearby ridge, specifically targeted officers and centurions, leading to widespread confusion and great agitation among the rank and file. NCR troops on the dam itself were eventually pushed to the outer wings, and the disorganized mass of legionaries managed to cross the entire structure, ending up on the western banks of the Colorado River, where it gave chase to the pesky sharpshooters. The retreating sharpshooters led their pursuers into the nearby town of Boulder City, which prior to the battle had been evacuated and rigged with several tons of explosives. Here they sprung a trap on Caesar's men, and in one fell swoop destroyed the vanguard of the...
You see, this video explains a lot of things that I haven't understand in the game, because to this day I still haven't figured out how Boulder City linked with the Hoover Dam. Besides, they're too nearing each other. So now they explained this. EpicNate explained it. Now I understand what more detail about what happened in the battle.
Attacking force. With the Emperor's army now destroyed and reinforcements arriving, General Lee and his troops were able to secure the structure and thus end the first battle of the Hoover Dam and deliver Caesar his first and greatest defeat to that point. Humiliated and thoroughly weakened, the leader of the Legion had his commanding Malpais legate executed
Definitely
and
not the
vowed
Burning
not
Man,
to
the
back
Burn
down,
Man.
holding his position at Fortification Hill and setting out to rebuild so that he might one day yet get his triumph in the Strip. though it would be another 4 years before the Bulls' forces would fully recover from the disaster. In the wake of these events, Kaisar begins suffering from dramatic headaches and a strange case of brain fog that increasingly debilitate him and render the leader of the Legion more and more reliant on those around him. Indeed, in a few years, it will become obvious that the man is suffering from a growing brain tumor. Now, believe it or not, we are still not yet done with the year 2277. There's more than just the events of Fallout 3 and the first Battle of Hoover Dam. There's one more event that may have transpired this year, though I don't believe it did, but we need to talk about it anyway. You see, in episode 6 of season 1 of the Fallout TV show, which takes place in the mid-2290s, by the way, there is this...
So the TV shows is roughly
scene where Lucy enters the classroom of Vault 4, a semi-open vault with some allegiance to the NCR. The kids in this class seem to have been working on a project studying the new California Republic's history. And on a chalkboard, we can see a rough timeline of the nation's political history drawn out by the teacher. This board mostly aligns with what we know. However, the year 2277 is described as when the fall of Shady...
Oh! What? The fall of Shady Sands happened in the Fallout New Vegas years? New Vegas definitely had a lot of story to learn from, especially with DLC.
Sands took place alongside a large mushroom cloud. Now, a major theme of both seasons of the Fallout TV show is that by the time it takes place, which again, mid-2090s, nearly 20 years after the events of Fallout 3 and First Battle of Hoover, Shady Sands has been destroyed in a nuclear blast. And this chalkboard gives us the clear impression that such destruction took place in 2277.
Oh, maybe it's the bomb dropped, the bomb blast after the 77?
However, that can't be accurate.
Yeah,
During New Vegas, which takes place in
Yeah, because in New Vegas, the city stands still standing up. Still stands still. Nothing happened to it.
2281, 4 years after the city's apparent depopulation, according to this 81. That can't be accurate. During New Vegas, which takes place in 2281, 4 years after the city's apparent depopulation, according to this chalkboard, Shady Sands is referenced directly, several times, and very clearly is still existing as the prosperous capital of the NCR.
Happened?
Soldiers talk about their excitement
This is
to
a retcon?
return to the city. President Aaron Kimball visits from Shady Sands, and there are absolutely no suggestions that any sort of tragedy, let alone complete bombing of the city, has yet occurred. Suffice it to say, I'm pretty sure this chalkboard is just wrong. I'll get into it later, but we have pretty good reason
I think it's a retcon.
to believe that the destruction of Shady Sands is still a ways away, not occurring until the early to mid 2280s, and other details in the show seem to affirm this. Again, we'll get to it later. I believe that a mistake was made on this chalkboard by the show's production staff. I've heard people try to sane wash this too. Oh, the fall of Shady Sands just means the city started to decline. Yeah, that's not what fall means in this context, clearly. Whatever, someone made an oopsie, no big deal. Maybe we can blame it on Vault 4's teacher having an off day. It is what it is. Also, part of the reason we can be sure the city was still intact is that around this time, Rose, Hank McClane's wife, who was not privy to the Tripartite Vault's secret experiment, discovers evidence on the surface through her husband's terminals. Apparently, Rose realized that the Vault's water source, some sort of underground reservoir or river, was being drained by an entity clearly not associated with Vault-Tec, and she believed that this was evidence of an above-ground community likely siphoning water. Hence, there's life above ground. Rose informs Hank of this, but the nearly 300-year-old Vault-Tec executive assistant swears that the surface is entirely desolate and demands that she never again bring up such an idea. Rose becomes suspicious of her husband after this and secretly escapes Vault 33 with her 2 children, Lucy and Norm, who evidently are so young at this point that they aren't quite able to develop formative memories. And together, the 3 eventually find themselves in Shady Sands, where, according to very brief pre-war flashbacks, Rose befriends Kate Williams, another several hundred-year-old Great War survivor who by now occupies some sort of prominent role in the community. Not long after Rose's arrival, though, she's tracked down by Hank and management, presumably other members of the Buds Buds program, who demand that she and the kids return. Hank's wife refuses, having thoroughly been sickened by her husband, but one way or another, Hank McClane is able to bring his children, Lucy and Norm, back
So
home
what
with
we
him.
know looks like a
Perhaps through
retcon,
kidnapping,
yeah.
perhaps he just convinced Rose they'd be safer underground. Once back in the vault, Hank and management claim that Rose perished in something called the Famine of 2277 and cover up any further evidence of her survival in the outside world. Bit of a side note, but during the Fallout TV show, Lucy claims her mother died in the Famine of 2277, not knowing that she was alive and well on the surface. And there are a couple additional references to this supposed event. Evidently, several dwellers starved, and there was some sort of plague that accompanied it, given mentions of quarantine. We don't know for sure the cause or the course of this famine in the tripartite vault, but it's very possible Hank and company manufactured the whole thing to cover for Rose's disappearance. A particularly grim confirmation of the lengths Lucy's father is willing to go to cover for himself. Okay, more on Shady Sands and the TV show soon. Shortly after the events of Fallout 3's Broken Steel expansion, likely in 22
Spoiler! Loading.
as it's known by now, explicitly seeking historical data of old pre-public libraries, which excites the Knights back home. Furthermore, reports of a strange, shadowy organization beneath Boston's surface, dedicated to the exact kind of blasphemy the organization has sworn to eradicate, earn great attention. Also, before the end of the 2270s, though possibly earlier or later in the decade, we're not entirely sure when, Sean,
Continuity is so
that
messy in the
infant
Fallout
originally
franchise.
abducted from Vault 111 by the
We-
Institute
well, we
more
know
than
who to
50
blame.
years back in 2227, had risen to become the faction's primary leader, or director. Far from being an unwilling captive all this time, Sean was actually raised in accordance with the faction's values, and while his pre-war DNA facilitated the creation of Gen 3 synths, he grew up to be a willing and enthusiastic participant in the faction's activities, eventually being appointed as head director sometime before the 2280s. Having spent his entire life in the shelter of the Institute, Sean has little regard for the surface world or its inhabitants, believing that his faction
This is kind of sad when we're in the Fallout 4 protagonist shoes, because they just wake up. The kid, they experience nuclear bombs, and then after a few years hibernate, their children has been taken from them. And then after a few years of hibernations, they found out their sons becomes a cold-blooded person. Basically, your life, your children got robbed from you. That's kind of sad.
is the human race's only hope for survival and evolution. Due to his genetic contribution to all Gen 3 synths, Sean earns the nickname Father. Back out west, by 2281,
Daddy.
just 4 years after his first defeat at the Hoover Dam, Kaisar had finished licking his wounds. Confident that his army strength had been restored,
Wait, what?
2281,
Okay.
Sean earns the nickname Father. Back out west, by 2281, just 4 years after his first defeat at the Hoover Dam, Kaisar had finished licking his wounds. Confident that his army's strength had been restored and even improved upon, the Imperator prepares for round 2. The Legion encampment east of the Colorado flurries with activity, and amphibious raids across the river into the Mojave ramp up in an effort to disrupt NCR operations before the real assault commences. Local Republican troops, under the command of General
Oh no, my wife died and my child got kidnapped. Better build some settlements.
Lee Oliver, hero of the first Battle of Hoover Dam, suspect something big is coming, but poor intelligence, undermanned and undersupplied forces, and the brass's own buffoonery all obstruct a proper, competent defense. Meanwhile, this same year, Robert House, desperate for a breakthrough to protect his own independence from the NCR, finally tracks down and locates his platinum chip, the high data density storage drive capable of updating and upgrading much of Vegas's software and even its Securitron fleet is discovered in the ruins of Sunnyvale, California, a pre-war tech hub. The Vegas autocrat spares no expense in planning its return to him. Scouts and automatons are sent to pre-screen the roads and routes upon which it will return to him, though his fear of arousing suspicion leads the Vegas CEO to hire out the Mojave Express, a courier or postal service with offices around Vegas to bring the package to him. For good measure, no fewer than 6 couriers are hired through the Mojave Express with 6 packages, 5 of them being useless dummies, with only 1 nameless courier unknowingly assigned to deliver the platinum chip to the Lucky 38 casino. This soon-to-be hero is said to have received the package somewhere in the southern NCR, and from there passed through the hub, and followed the old Interstate 15, or Long 15, into the Mojave towards Vegas. But along the way, the courier is intercepted.
Rescue my kid or scavenge more death fans? We have to set our priority straight. The death fans first. We need that for building. Our son not going anywhere. It's not like he's gonna die from old age.
And ambushed by one of Mr. House's rivals. Benny, leader of the Chairman, one of New Vegas's 3 major families, and the operators of the Tops Casino. Long planning to betray Mr. House, through a dysfunctional Securitron he was able to hack into, Benny had previously learned of the platinum chip's significance and imminent arrival, believing it would give him the power to seize New Vegas for himself. Thus, he and a gang of hired thugs arranged to intercept the delivery, stealing the platinum chip and killing and burying the courier in the Mojave Desert. Or, so he thought. Miraculously, the man or woman who is merely a postman, or post-woe man, for the Mojave Express survived their wounds, and was quickly dug out from their grave by a Securitron sent from Mr. House.
Not only the mysterious postwoman survived the bullet to the head, her even survived from brain removed from her body, spine removed from her body, and heart removed from her body. And she's still working like a working machine.
Who had been shadowing their movements and realized Benny's betrayal. The courier is taken to the small town of Good Springs and rushed into life-saving surgery with the local physician, a certain Doc Mitchell. The surgery succeeds, and the courier awakes. So beginning the events of Fallout New Vegas. Now, just like all the Fallout games before it, with, I suppose, the exception of 76, New Vegas's nameless protagonist is given an incredible degree of agency over what happens to the Mojave and the fate of its factions. No matter what, the story ends with a second battle of the Hoover Dam. But which faction comes out on top, and exactly what their victory looks like, can vary quite dramatically. Furthermore, unlike all of the other titles we've discussed up until now, this game's story does not yet have a canon ending. Recently, the second season of the Fallout TV show was largely set in the Mojave, and the writers took great pains to avoid canonizing a solution to the conflict.
Yeah.
A decision I personally kinda oppose, but we'll talk about that later. So, I think it's best that we quickly touch upon all of the potential outcomes here, at least regarding the main story, and perhaps one day we'll be given a real explanation. Alright. In one scenario, the courier can back the NCR in the imminent battle, defeating Kaisar's Legion and largely ignoring the Platinum Chip and Mr. House. As explained in a post-credit sequence, this chain of events will see the Legion immediately collapse following their defeat. And with no marauding army of Roman LARPers to distract them, soon after, the NCR negotiates an annexation of New Vegas, with the fate of House unknown. Again, this all happens off-screen. Alternatively, the courier can throw their weight behind the Legion, winning the battle and paving the way for the brutal conquest and pacification of the Mojave, with Kaisar declaring the Strip his new capital. This ending necessitates the death of Robert House, and possibly even the NCR president, presumably throwing the whole republic into chaos, and perhaps paving the way for an even larger upcoming war between the Legion and what's left. Players more loyal to the original mission of the Mojave Express can instead focus on helping Mr. House recover the Platinum Chip, and allow his army of Securitrons to intervene in the battle, somewhat on the NCR's behalf, and secure control of the dam for himself. The post-credit sequence explains that a newly strengthened Mr. House goes on to mercilessly hunt down remnants of the Legion and forces NCR troops in the Mojave to leave. In this scenario, if he wins the Battle of Hoover Dam, the CEO of Vegas allows the Republic to continue drawing power from the dam, but he bills them for it and uses the proceeds to continue his investments into rebuilding the aerospace industry. The Vegas Strip continues to survive and thrive, largely with the same purpose. Finally, the fourth major scenario sees the courier disregard all major factions, instead working with Benny's somewhat bugged but jailbroken Securitron to take control of the Strip themselves, intervening in the battle for the dam with an army of loyal Securitrons, defeating the Legion and ordering NCR troops to depart. This ending is functionally similar to House's, in that it results in a free New Vegas and the NCR loses control of the dam but can still buy power from it, but now Vegas will be governed by an autonomous AI obsessed with stability and living standards rather than a megalomaniac pre-war industrialist. These are the four major potential endings, but even among them there are all sorts of variations and wildcards. A major theme within the Legion storyline is that it seems unlikely to survive long past Kaisar's death, and he's got this whole brain tumor going on. A sufficiently competent or lucky courier can help Caesar remove the tumor through surgery, or not. If he dies, he's at least temporarily replaced by Lanius, a senior legate. As mentioned, president of the NCR, Aaron Kimball, may or may not perish. Even if you don't side with the Legion, an incompetent or disinterested courier can allow him to die anyway. If you decide to go independent, whether or not you've secured the Platinum Chip has some implications on how well the city is governed afterward. Suffice it to say, many potential fates await the Mojave Wasteland, and by proxy the NCR and Legion, depending on the courier's choices. Again, we'll get into all this later, but Season 2 of the Fallout TV show is set in this environment. But ultimately, as far as we can tell through the show, the outcome of the second Battle of the Hoover Dam doesn't seem to have mattered much. Shady Sands is about to get blown to Kingdom Come anyway. In just a little over a decade, the Strip will be completely depopulated and overwhelmed with Deathclaws, and the Legion will, well...
And I still can't believe they buried the Deathclaw from the citizen in the Strip just by a fucking damn door. I'm like, what? The goddamn door. The scrap door, I mean, not a legitimate door. It's a goddamn scrap door.
Oh, we'll get to that in a bit, getting ahead of ourselves. However, it unfolded, and whether or not it mattered much, 1 year after the second Battle of Hoover Dam, in 2282, on the other side of the wasteland, a 15-year-old Arthur Maxon, who was sent east by his mother as an infant, is declared the elder of the DC Brotherhood.
I think this is for the 3.
Around this time, East were we all just agree to support technology, and they're common within the Brotherhood. Whatever, maybe we all just agree to pretend this was always the case, and Maxon found or rebuilt one. It is what it is. As Maxon was reinvigorating the BOS in DC, 2283, just 2 years after the events of New Vegas, seems to mark the actual destruction of Shady Sands in a nuclear explosion. The exact chain of events leading to the destruction, where the nuke was sourced from, whether or not any higher powers were at play, is somewhat vague. But essentially, this year, a brainwashed wastelander, seemingly a brainwashed NCR soldier from the Mojave, which may suggest a lingering NCR presence in the region post-New Vegas, we're not super sure, smuggled a miniaturized nuclear warhead into the city under the cover of a trade wagon. The bomb was discovered, but detonated shortly after, destroying the Republic's capital and claiming the lives of most of its population, save for a young boy named Max, who found refuge by hiding in a fridge and was later discovered by the Western Brotherhood's forces and taken under their wing. We can be pretty confident that this event occurred in 2283, not 2277, like that silly chalkboard suggested, for a few reasons. For one, Bethesda Game Studios director Todd Howard, speaking in a 2024 interview with IGN, when asked about this question and the timelines, said, quote, "There might be a little bit of confusion in some places, but everything that happened in the previous games, including New Vegas, happened. We're very careful about that. All I can say is we're threading it tighter there, but the bombs fell just after the events of New Vegas." Unquote. So right off the bat, we know this happens right after New Vegas. And furthermore, in late 2024, the script for episode 1 of the Fallout TV show was made public after the showrunners submitted it for Emmy consideration. And the script notes essentially reveal the bombing to have occurred in 2283. Max, or Maximus, is identified to have been 6 years old when Shady Sands was destroyed, and the script says he was born in 2277. So the math seems to affirm this date. As far as we can tell, the architect of the city's annihilation was Hank McClane, overseer of Vault 33 and covert member of the Buds Buds program. His motivations seem to have been a combination of two factors. One, a desire to prevent any more of his dwellers from learning the truth about the rebuilding civilization on the surface, and two, some lingering bitterness at his wife for leaving him and trying to take their kids to the city. It's not fully known if McClane had any help or where he sourced the miniaturized nuke from, but my guess is that there may be more to the story here. Not only that, but now's as good a time as ever to let you know that the show also retcons the location of Shady Sands. Originally, we understood it to be in Western California, right on the border with Nevada, nearby Vaults 13 and 15. In fairness, its location did actually kind of move around slightly between Fallouts 1 and 2 in order to accommodate the map scaling. Several locations actually did this, including Mariposa. But the show now positions the city as directly outside the ruins of downtown Los Angeles.
Right in the boneyard.
It's also considerably smaller at the time of its destruction than it ought to have been. This is among my least favorite changes made by the show. The exact location of Shady Sands is almost peripheral to the story of the TV show. There's no reason it had to be right above LA. Rose could have just made the journey from her vault to Shady Sands in its original location. It's not super far. I have a friend who works in film who suggested this could have something to do with tax incentives, but honestly, it's one of the more confusing and I think unnecessary decisions that disorganizes much of the story for little payoff. Like, are Vaults 15 and 13 still close to the city? So what? Now Los Angeles has Vaults 31, 32, 33, the demonstration Vault, Vault 15, 13, and Vault 4. It's getting a little crowded here, isn't it? Originally, Los Angeles was known as the Boneyard. Is it still called that? Anyway, it is what it is. Hopefully this all gets worked out in the future, but there's not much I can do other than shrug my shoulders and move its location on our After Effects map for now. The implications of this attack on the broader new California Republic are also not currently well understood. This likely wiped out the society's Congress, president, and entire line of succession, but whatever became of the NCR's remaining territories, provinces, and even states is a mystery. Places like the Hub, New Arroyo, New Reno, Vault City, and others may have used the opportunity to assert their independence, or perhaps they may have chose to remain loyal to the Republic's ideas. Various sources in the show describe Shady Sands as the first capital of the NCR, possibly implying that a new one was established after the bomb, or that maybe between the events of New Vegas and the city's destruction, the capital had already moved, maybe preserving a great deal of the Republic's infrastructure. Whatever the case, while most of the population perished or was transformed into feral ghouls, as was the case for Hank's ex-wife and Lucy's mother, Rose, there were many survivors, mostly people living on the outskirts or residents who were away at the time of the attack. A great deal of these Shady Sands refugees would be granted shelter by the inhabitants of Vault 4, another nearby LA-based vault, which by this time had something of a democratic government, and presumably some loyalty toward the NCR. This is where we see that Remembering Shady Sands and NCR timeline chalkboard later in the show. Among the displaced survivors was also Kate Williams, the cold fusion scientist who authored that strange NCR history book we mentioned earlier. Kate would go on to become something of a leader for many of Shady Sands' refugees, assembling a small band of loyal troops and taking the nearby Griffith Observatory to establish a new headquarters. Many of Vault 4's residents would soon take to worshipping Williams as a sort of divine figure that they call the Flame Mother. We do know that aside from Williams and her small armed band, many additional military units scattered across Southern California, and perhaps even the Mojave, maintained an allegiance to what they called the NCR more than a decade after Shady's destruction. Whether the NCR is still led by a serious government with a Congress and president, or is just a flag that independent groups look to for legitimacy, is a mystery. In 2284, the Capital Brotherhood dispatches another recon squad, this one designated as Artemis, to scout the ruins of the Commonwealth up north. By now, the Brotherhood has grown increasingly aware of the Institute's presence as well. Alas, Recon Squad Artemis goes dark shortly after its arrival, prompting Elder Maxon and his officers to begin considering a much more forceful investigation of the region. By early 2287, just a few months prior to the events of Fallout 4, Recon Squad Galadius is led into the Commonwealth by its paladin, Dance. The squad is enamored by mysterious energy readings coming from beneath the surface. No doubt the Institute, but is quickly overwhelmed by ghouls and mutants, losing 4 of its 7 members and falling out of contact with headquarters back at the Citadel. Maxon makes the decision to journey to the ruins of Boston for himself aboard the Pridwin with a large detachment of soldiers, supplies, and vertibirds, intending on learning the fate of his recon squads and investigating the Institute. As spring gave way to summer, the Minutemen, already struggling after the loss of their castle HQ, suffered an even more catastrophic setback. As their new headquarters, the settlement of Quincy, just south of Boston proper, was attacked by the Gunners, a mercenary outfit with mysterious clients and orders. Only a handful of people survived this Quincy massacre, as it's dubbed. They're led north by Officer Preston Garvey. And finally, in October of this year, the now director of the Institute, Sean, is finally overwhelmed by his curiosity and orders that the cryogenic stasis on his parent, the sole survivor of Vault 111, be remotely suspended, such that the individual may thaw and he can monitor their parent's behavior, beginning the events of Fallout 4. Now, as is always the case, ultimately the fate of the Commonwealth and its factions lies with the choices made by the sole survivor. There are 4 major organizations vying for the player's allegiance. On one hand, the Institute, led by the player's son Sean, seeks your help in joining the family business and driving the Brotherhood of Steel away. On the other, the Brotherhood of Steel, who sets up their HQ at the old Boston airport, desires to destroy the Institute, considering them emblematic of the same unchecked technological progress that doomed the old world. The Minutemen are by now just a couple of wholesome people who the sole survivor can help restore to their former glory. The Minutemen are unique in of it that no other major faction seeks their destruction, and thus they survive in all of the game's endings. Though, if you choose to complete the game with the Minutemen, you will have to destroy either the Brotherhood or the Institute, Or both if you prefer.
Destroy
Finally,
both.
the fourth major player in the Commonwealth
I'm sorry,
is the
just
Railroad.
kidding.
They're defined by a belief that the Institute synths are fully sentient beings deserving of rights and freedom from the organization's slavery. If you choose to side with them, both the Institute and Brotherhood will need to be destroyed, as the Brotherhood's religious convictions make them an enemy of synth kind. The Railroad will always be destroyed by the Institute should the player side with Sean, and is usually destroyed by the Brotherhood as well. Though, if you side with Maxon, you can manipulate events such that the Paladins choose to spare the Railroad instead. Anyway, all of this is to say, there is a giant web or Russian nesting doll of potential conclusions to the Fallout 4 story. It can be as simple as a total Brotherhood of Steel victory, where the faction just controls the Commonwealth outright, sparing only the Minutemen from their wrath. Or you can get some weird stuff, where the Minutemen come out on top, but they're allied to the Institute and friendly with the Railroad. There's this flowchart I often consult, made by the Reddit user TheElement05, that depicts just how crazy and interconnected the Fallout story gets. Whatever the case, Season 2 of the Fallout TV show all but confirms the survival of the Commonwealth Brotherhood, and therefore the destruction of the Institute. Though whether the Railroad was spared or what role the Minutemen played in the Institute's destruction remain elusive. In the show's newest season, which we'll soon speak about in its own right, there's this moment where several of the West Coast's
I need
Brotherhood
Minutemen in the
chapters
photo
meet for
show.
something of a summit where they discuss rebelling against the Commonwealth, clearly implying a large Brotherhood presence in the Boston ruins and suggesting that that force has subordinated many of its fellow chapters. Some elders react with horror at the idea of rebelling against the Commonwealth, claiming they'll get their butts kicked, further referencing the faction's power. Furthermore, the leader of this Commonwealth Brotherhood everyone's so scared of, while we never see him on screen, is apparently Elder Maxon, just about guaranteeing a Brotherhood victory, as if the Brotherhood is destroyed in Fallout 4, Maxon perishes in the destruction of the Pridwin. Therefore, all signs point to the Brotherhood of Steel emerging victorious from Fallout 4's jockey for power, destroying the Institute and securing the Boston Metro, likely harvesting a great deal of advanced technology in the wake, and becoming the most powerful of the organization's chapters. Regardless, at this point we have an about 9-year gap in our historical timeline between the conclusions of Fallout 4 in 2287 and the start of the TV show in 2296. However, there are still some dots to connect. As various flashbacks in the show reveal, we know that during this time, elements of the Enclave were operating a large-scale research center in what are likely the snowy mountains of Colorado, where scientists experimented with mutations, behavioral therapies, and evidently, cold fusion. The existence of this research facility, briefly shown in the TV series, confirms the survival of at least some Enclave elements following their defeat at Raven Rock, but nothing is known of its leadership or even its immediate aims. Apparently, in the lead-up to the show, this facility was in possession of the miniaturized cold fusion diode originally created by Kate Williams, but ultimately sold to Vault-Tec and later handed over to the President by Cooper Howard in the lead-up to the Great War. Sometime prior to 2296, a scientist working at this facility with access to the diode by the name of Ziggy Wilzig established contact with the surviving Kate Williams, now going by the name Lee Moldaver, and opted to flee the compound with the technology in his possession to link up with her in the ruins of LA. The exact specifications of Wilzig and Williams's plan isn't entirely obvious, but they seem to have aspired to use the diode to bring unlimited, clean power to the ruins of the city, and perhaps the rest of the wasteland afterward. But due to the proprietary systems governing Vault-Tec technology, which the diode now was, Moldaver and Wilzig require an Overseer's Special Access code in order to power up any fusion generators. Moldaver decides this presents an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, and resolves to kidnap Hank McLean, Overseer of Vault 33, for his access code, and also to avenge the fall of Shady Sands. thus setting the stage for the events of Season 1 of the Fallout TV show. Now, to make a long, copyright material-filled story short, I've been told that Amazon is actually pretty chill about the usage of the show's footage. I'm cautious about pushing my luck. Anyway, to make a long story short, Kate Williams, or Moldaver, or the Flame Mother, whatever you want to call her, succeeds in kidnapping Hank McClane and dragging him to the Griffith Observatory. However, the kidnapper is pursued by Hank's daughter, Lucy. Unfortunately for Moldaver and friends, Ziggy Wilzig, the man in possession of the cold fusion diode, struggles to make the rendezvous. The Enclave is in hot pursuit, and word soon gets out throughout the California wasteland that an ex-scientist is in possession of a very strange artifact, attracting the attention of the Brotherhood of Steel's San Fernando chapter, as well as an assortment of bounty hunters, including a now ghoulified and very jaded Cooper Howard. All of these pieces eventually converge in the season finale for a final showdown at the observatory. Moldaver reveals to Lucy the truth about her father's involvement in his wife's death and the destruction of Shady Sands, as Brotherhood forces begin storming the compound to siege the cold fusion for themselves, and the ghouls there too. In the final moments, Lucy pressures her captive father to give up his access code to Moldaver, who uses it to unlock the potential of cold fusion, powering up the Los Angeles skyline. However, Moldaver, Kate Williams, the brilliant genius who created cold fusion and famed leader of NCR remnants around LA, apparently was not prepared for the arrival of the Brotherhood, or even accounted for them, who quickly wipe out her ragtag forces and take control of the cold fusion diode for themselves. In the chaos,
Didn't see that coming.
escapes his confinement, and so concludes Season 1. Now,
Man, Season 1 is too good compared to Season 2. Just saying, the Enclave is like a red roach, just don't want to die.
watched the show, and especially the Season 1 finale, several times over, and it really is hard to walk away without seeing Moldaver as a bit of a doofus. You know, she dies after being wounded by the Brotherhood, gazing off into the LA skyline. Her last words are, "We did it." And it's like, you did what?
No.
Exactly. You gave a Damocles weapon to your enemies so you could turn the lights on for 30 seconds? What's going on here? She may have been an Einstein-tier physicist, but when it came to strategy, she was no Julius Caesar. Season 2 of the show picks up almost immediately where the first one left off, presumably still in the year 2296. And frankly, not much happens necessarily. Like, the wasteland doesn't evolve significantly in Season 2, though its setting in the Mojave does reveal a lot about the region post-New Vegas. I'm gonna do my best to avoid a step-by-step breakdown of the beats of the show's plot, and instead focus more on what's revealed about the environment here. The Vegas Strip has been entirely depopulated and overrun by Deathclaws, which Hank McClane claims were unleashed upon the city by the Enclave. There is apparently a massive compound beneath the Strip built by Voltech and accessible through several tunnels and casinos, including the Lucky 38, where Hank ultimately retreats to and begins experimentation with mind control technology on behalf of an unknown benefactor implied to either be the Enclave or Mr. House. This major compound is an entirely new lore addition, as it was never mentioned in New Vegas. Several non-canon sources, mostly design documents from cancelled games, reference a major HQ vault built by Voltech that served as the organization's headquarters post-war, from which they continued remotely monitoring various experiments. However, no source, canon or not, ever suggests that that was in Vegas, and it's not even entirely clear if that's what this compound really is. When Hank finds it, it's about entirely abandoned. While trekking through the Mojave, Lucy and the Ghoul, Lucy in search of her father, the Ghoul in search of the fate of his family, eventually find themselves up close and personal with Caesar's Legion. But it's not quite the old Caesar anymore. The show demonstrates that sometime after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, perhaps even before it, Kaisar perished, and his faction collapsed into a civil war, with two men both claiming to be Edward Sallows' rightful heir. The big joke of the Legion sequence in the show turns out to be that both factions are essentially sharing the same camp, just split into different halves. Between the camps is a laughably small no man's land where the skeletal remains of the original Caesar burn in the southwestern sun. Supposedly, Caesar died in possession of a note declaring who his preferred successor would be, but neither side of the Civil War will allow the other to access it. Long story short, the note just says,
After flying for New Vegas, this note kind of destroyed everything I know about the Caesar in Fallout New Vegas. This is hilarious. Who would have thought the wise Kaiser, the one who conquered all of these tribes, could be this? I am Kaiser, I am the Legion, it ends with me. This is kind of hilarious.
I am the only Caesar, the Legion ends with me, and it declines to name an heir anyway. Lucy and the Ghoul's shenanigans eventually lead to a renewed flare-up of hostilities between the two sides of the camp, resulting in both Kaiser claimants perishing. And in the end, the Lacerta Legate, a legate played by Macaulay Culkin, who, for some reason, is wearing Lanius's unique armor, you're not gonna look that far, takes up the reins and reunites both factions of the conflict, seemingly now becoming the formal Kaiser of a united Legion. Note that it's unclear just how powerful the Legion is in the wake of the events of 2296. The fact that their entire civil war seems to be confined to a single camp and is literally the butt of a joke may imply that the faction's power has greatly waned since we last saw them, becoming little more than a glorified raider gang. On the flip side, several maps which appear in the show's set dressing appear to depict pretty expansive territorial borders belonging to the Legion east of the Colorado, perhaps implying that it remains a formidable force. Furthermore, once the Lacerta Legate takes power, he orders his force to march on the Vegas Strip, intent on building a new palace to commemorate his victory and the death of Caesar. Caesar's Palace, as he calls it, and the Legion begins its march. Notably, the army doesn't seem to be crossing any rivers, bridges, or dams en route to the Strip, suggesting that the force may have already been west of the Colorado River in the Mojave by 2296. Interesting. This is further confirmed by a battalion of NCR remnant soldiers Lucy encounters while on her way to Vegas. The battalion's leader, a Captain Rodriguez, informs Lucy that it continues guarding the Mojave against the Legion more than 2 decades after losing contact with Shady Sands. And thus, this small force is more like a displaced band of NCR holdouts, dare I say an NCR enclave, with no knowledge of whether or not the chain of command has actually survived. This is kind of odd, given that Shady Sands, at least in its LA show location, is only like 260 miles away, and the towns of the Hub and Junktown are only like 150. A long distance, sure, but the fact that this group has been entirely out of contact with the NCR for 2 decades, while only being a couple of weeks' march from the core metropolitan area, may just be another gag by the showrunners, or it could speak to a similar devastation plaguing all of the old communities of Southern California. Also, who's paying these people? Season 2's Brotherhood of Steel story focuses on the San Fernando chapter's new acquisition of cold fusion technology as they settle into a new base in Area 51 of Nevada. Quintus, the chapter's leader, calls a summit.
You were in the Area 51, you see an alien? Push it aside. That scene is hilarious.
To discuss some sort of rebellion, that's the word they use, against the Commonwealth and Elder Maxon, once again alluding to the primacy of the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4's story. But talks break down, and various chapters at the summit end up turning on each other after the cold fusion diode goes missing. The season ends with the Brotherhood clearly in the throes of a civil war between a variety of previously unknown chapters, while the Commonwealth looms out east, clearly preparing to intervene. The status of Lost Hills also remains a mystery.
I hope next
Amidst the
season we
chaos
will
and
see
confusion of
the
emerging
Minuteman.
conflict, the cold fusion diode eventually finds itself in the possession of a ghoulified Cooper Howard, which we'll get to. There's a story here, but again, want to focus on the major historical beats rather than a scene-by-scene summary of the show's plot. The ghoul remembers how in the pre-war days, Robert House sought cold fusion for himself, and believing the pre-war industrialist, famous for knowing everything, may perhaps have insight on the fate of his family, Cooper Howard seeks him out with the cold fusion in hand. The ghoul eventually delivers the diode into a reactor in the now abandoned Lucky 38 penthouse, resulting in House's mainframe awakening.
Hey, that alien was taking a value beer. Spy in that fridge. That scene is so fucked up. It's hilarious. I gotta say, it's hilarious. I'm not hating it, it's hilarious.
And him seemingly powering up on the TV, saying, "Hello, old friend." The show suggests that this may be a different kind of house than the one we all recall. Flashbacks reveal that the billionaire sought cold fusion in the pre-war days such that he might stay alive in roboticized, non-biological form, as he calls it, i.e., he wanted to upload his consciousness to a mainframe independent of his body. Obviously, this plan failed when the diode was instead delivered to the president, but now it would seem all those pieces are in play. This is how the show threads the needle of bringing Mr. House back, but leaving his canon fate in New Vegas obscure. We know that without cold fusion, he ends up surviving through a sophisticated life support system neurolinked to his data networks, and we could, in New Vegas, kill him by cutting off that life support, or just opening him up and hitting him with a golf club, but now, whatever happened to his body in New Vegas doesn't matter. He's back, or his roboticized, non-biological consciousness seems to be, and he agrees to help Coop search for his family for his...
I'll be honest, I would freak too if I saw eyes in the Fallout universe. Really?
trouble. Also worth noting, in one of the episode's end credit scenes, we actually get a pan out of the Lucky 38 casino, and for a brief moment we see what looks like Robert House's life support pod overlooking the strip with a hand hanging out, clearly implying the occupant has passed away. This end credit scene may suggest that the original Mr. House has really lost his body. Whether this was the consequence of the actions of the courier or of the later actions of the Enclave is unclear. It's also worth noting that his life support system isn't where it should be. Normally it's deep beneath the Lucky 38. There's no reason for it to be in the penthouse. Maybe this could be someone else. It's very vague. The season ends with NCR remnants arriving on the strip to clear out the death claws, with Mr. House back on the board, and with legionary forces marching in the direction of Vegas, implying a likely showdown between the new Kaiser and the NCR remnants in the Vegas Strip early in Season 3. Thus, this is where we are presently. Nearly 220 years after the bombs fell, the fate of the NCR, the Legion, the Brotherhood of Steel, Mr. House, and of course the Enclave is all kinda up in the air. There remain NCR loyal military units, and there is something of a new Caesar of a united Legion, but just how serious these factions are and their exact territorial boundaries are now highly ambiguous. The same can be said of the US government's own remnants. Clearly, they maintain some sort of presence in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, and were working with cold fusion for a time. Not only that, but they apparently attacked Vegas with death claws, and have some sort of relationship with Hank McClane, but their strength, their leadership, their current president, all of that is up in the air. You know, for the longest time, more than 20 years of, in our time, real 20 years, the world of Fallout was trending in a very particular direction, with the regrowth of civilization, the increasing power and centralization of its factions. But the show has since introduced a huge amount of confusion and mystery that yet remains unraveled, and I'm getting a little bit nervous about...
ice would be an almost mythic thing. Really? Wondering if the ghoul is gonna run into new Canaanites from Honest Hearts in season 3. Oh, so the ghoul head to the I don't know what is the location, okay? But hopefully it will be interesting.
About how this is all going to be wrapped up. You know, when Season 1 came out, I didn't really like what they did with Shady Sands, both retconning its location and destroying it kinda anticlimactically. I also didn't like how the Brotherhood had such a big role, but they used entirely new chapters synthesized out of thin air, like Lost Hills is 100 miles away. How come they're not even mentioned in this show? My theory for that question, by the way, is I think Bethesda might be saving them for something. I don't know. But it's like, okay, you know what? It's TV. Every TV adaptation comes with some major compromises to the lore and the story of the original IP. It happens, but Season 2 got me really worried. It feels as though the writers are making pretty dramatic changes to characters and factions and the lore itself in the service of comparatively minor plot payoffs. But this is a lore timeline, not a TV show writing review, and ladies and gentlemen, this is just about where the timeline ends. From a divergence sometime around the 1950s to the year 2296, we've discussed the last days of the pre-war world, the unique and comparatively out-of-place nations that inhabited it, and the various conflicts they fought until America's jockey with China finally ushered in a new age. We then looked at this new age, the rise of the NCR and the Brotherhood of Steel, the rise and rise again and fall again of the Enclave, and of course the most recent shenanigans of Lucy, Hank, the Ghoul, and the modern Fallout show cast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the complete Fallout timeline. Believe it or not, as complete as it may be, there's a lot of now non-canon content I thought about adding, mostly what the design documents of the cancelled Van Buren game reveal about the Rocky Mountains, and how Fallout Tactics, which Bethesda now openly just tells us not to take seriously, really plays with Texas and the Southwest, but I decided this video was long enough and to stick with canon sources for this one. Maybe one day we can do a director's cut. Also, I know some of you are wondering, supernatural details, the Lovecraftian eldritch god stuff, and the Zatans were also put on the burner for this video. Mostly because I intend to revisit both those topics quite soon, and they're pretty tongue-in-cheek anyway. Also, they would extend this video by another hour. But enough about plans still a while away. If you made it this far, then thank you so much for stopping by. Let me know what you think about the show and some of its changes, if you think I may be overreacting or perhaps underreacting. Comments and discussions are always appreciated. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I hope to catch you all in my next video.
Damn, what a video. Let's see images for Season 3 set in Salt Lake City. Really? They already released some images. I will look at it after the stream. Oh my god. I can't believe I just watched a 3-hour long video. This is a great video, by the way. So I think I'm gonna end the stream right here. Okay. So thank you guys for joining the stream. This is really fun, really fun. Even though there's a lot of information that I have to digest. Okay. Thank you guys for joining this stream. I hope this is interesting for you guys, because I really don't know about this lore stream what will work well in the future. It's been fun. Yeah, I enjoying listening to video game lore while I'm working, but streaming is a different kind of attention that I have to give. Like when I hear video games lore when I'm working, it's kind of relaxing, but when I have to fully focus on 3-hour long game lore, it's different kind of thing. So, but it's still fun, especially when you guys here talking and explaining things to me, and I learn a lot of new stuff that I didn't know. Even when I'm fully reading all the text in the game, I still haven't managed to fully understand what's happening. So, good way to learn a lot. Yes, it is. Gotta get you to play Fallout 3 someday. I will definitely play Fallout 3 Remaster, but don't really know about the vanilla one. Because if I want to play for the origin Fallout 3, I have to install mod, and I really feeling lazy about modding. So yeah, I will decide later if I want to stream Fallout 3. I will decide that later. So definitely wait for the remaster. Yeah. So thank you guys for joining the stream. So are you going to look for the sub in Fallout 4? I don't know. Okay, it's been a fun stream. I will make a post surveys what you guys think about the Fallout lore stream. The series will continue if the survey good enough. A lot of people enjoy the stream, but if it's not, I will end this series. It depends on you guys if you want this series to go on. Because I think a lot of people want me to watch the storyteller, the Fallout storyteller one. A lot of people recommend it to me, and we will see. Okay, thank you guys for joining the stream. Hope you guys have a great day, and I'll see you guys in next stream. Okay, bye bye. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye.